おはようございます。えーっと、ディスコエリジウムのね、続きをしていこうと思うのですが、顔を動かすことを忘れておりましたので、顔を動かそうと思います。よし。よし、動いた。おはようございます。よいしょ。えーっと、なんかね、今この画面開いて気づいたんですけど、もしかしたらなんか、できるのかもしれない。このレベルアップというものを押せば、このグレーアウトになっていることが、1あるから、1のやつは使えるのかな。視覚計算。犯罪現場を再構築する。物理法則を法のしもべとしろ。演劇。あ、おはようございます。サブスク感謝です。演者を演じろ。嘘をつき、嘘を見破る。でも嘘は見破れた方がいいのでは。この絵は嘘だらけだよね。百科事典。全知識を駆使する。興味をそそる。トリビアを披露できる。あった方がいいか。あった方がいいもんしかないか。でも嘘は見抜けた方がいい。何もわかんなくても。こういうことね。肉体なんかこれ5もあるよ。今までこれだけでやってきたの。この手と目の強調だけで。構え、狙え、撃てだけでやってきたんだ。精神もちょっと成長させようかな。自分を見失わない気力を維持する大事なことだ。内陸帝国。内陸帝国。直感、虫の知らせ、覚醒夢。なんか夢とか見てたか。でも別にいいか。共感、他人を理解する。ミラーニューロンを働かせる。共感か。コミュニケーションしていくには大切なことか。権威、大衆を威圧する。己の主張を押し通す。こういうことも大事かもしれないな。団結心、41文書とつながる。警察文化を理解する。これ大事だろ。これをすればもしかしてバカにされないのでは、警察に。暗示。男も女も魅了する。裏で糸を引き、人を操る。ちょっと難しそうだな、これ。意志か。団結心じゃない。団結心にしとくか。これ両方使えるのですかもしかして。両方は無理だ。精子は今んとここんなもんか。肉体。殴られてもへっちゃら。世界に殺されるな。確かにね。痛みを払いのけろ。これ式の痛みはへでもない。数角式値。肉体装置。たくましい筋肉を見せつけろ。内臓も健康そのもの。酒とか飲んでたし、これも大事かもね。電気科学。パーティー惑星にひとたびハーブを愛し、ハーブに愛される。でもこれ足りないからね。まだ無理か。おかん。身の毛をよだたせ。街に耳を傾けろ。噂話が聞こえる。デビルイヤーみたいなこと。肉体に従え。人々を脅かせ。どういうことだ？わかんないな。内臓かな？まずは。これレベルアップできないよ。何もできない。肉体はどうにもならねえ。 この数字何なのじゃあ。あ、元に戻ってしまった。何をやってましたっけ？あれ？あ、今これ割り振って途中ってことか。あ、嘘は見破れた方がいい。これでいいか。オッケー。こういう感じか？未だにね、遊び方がわかんないけど、2日目の朝かな。起きたとこだよね、多分。
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not
窓が割れてるせいでベッドは
but
冷
it's
たいままだ。
yours. You've earned it.
まあね、でもベッドあるだけで休めますからね。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. じゃあ外出て、何するって言ってたかな。運動向上薬が足りない。いくつか見つけて手に持って、インベントリ内の手持ちスロットに装備する。これで二日酔いてはおさらばだ。運動向上薬。そんなもん持ってますか？運動向上薬。ないんじゃない？じゃあ、タバコもね、コンビニに買いに行くかって言ってたし、コンビニを見に行くか。金どんだけ持ってるのか知らないけど。第一面を見てもピンとこない。変だな。どういうことだ？今日もほどほどに盛り上がってんね。おはよう。誰かと思った。キムだ。おはよう。キムはあなたを見てうなずく。
Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy.
も
We should talk to them.
もう仕事始めますか？だってこれまだ朝の7時半とかでしょ？早っ。まだ自由時間かと思ってタバコ買いに行こうと思ってたんだけど。祖母なんですか？
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast?
朝食にビールを飲むような男たちがそうなのか？組合の取り締まりを担当するハーディーボーイズという武闘派がいるって噂だが、それはあの男たちのことだろう。I
completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty.
キムも寝不
Just like the
足じゃん。
manager said.
みんな体調悪いかも。
One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
造園混んだろう。
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
冷静にね。
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fist clenching, your pulse rises
可能性を織り込み済みなんだ。お前は拳を握りしめ、脈拍が不安に上がるのを感じる。不安になってるじゃん、わい。
Everything points to the dockworkers union. The belt used for hanging him, tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
ということで、
One more thing before we do.
始めよ
We
う。
don't
いや
have to
そ
talk
の
to
前
them
に
immediately.
もう一
We
点。
can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past.
今すぐに彼らと話さなきゃいけないわけじゃない。そのまま通り過ぎて中断していたことを再開してもいい。いいね。素早く通り過ぎて意志の強さを見せつけてやりな。
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
オッケー。あ、じゃあ、あれよ。あれよな。タバコ買いに行こうよ。お金くれるかな、誰か。少しお待ちになってね。
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the
海
inconvenience.
沿いを行ったところに公衆電話がある。
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
何かお困りかな？
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
電話使えないらしいよ。
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get
あ
back
あ、帰り
by
が遅く
Monday
な
night,
る。
but
で
they're
は
still
連絡
missing,
したい
and
ね。
I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
よし、聞かせてくれ。旦那が以前にも行方不明になったってことは？話を聞いた感じでは、緊急性はなさそ
That's
う。何
just
でも聞い
it.
とこう。
This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look,
But you have more important things to worry about.
旦那がやってる遠征ってのはなんだ？
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
the waterlock that was
水
broken.
門故障していたやつだ。もしあれが原因か？ああ、なるほど。あれはなんだっけ、3日目にできるよっつってたから。
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
なんか壊れてるらしいよ。
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
よかったね。
You're
夜
welcome.
眠れるらしい。
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband. And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
オッケ
Oh, you're
ー。
such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
漏れるって何？
Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well,
開
his
発は怒ってるように
expression
見える
is
けど、目は
slightly
少年のよう
grumpy,
に
but
キラキラ
his
で
eyes
好
are
奇心で
always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle. Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair,
野生的
usually
な
a
感
bit
じらしい。
uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the ring. I hope
Ma.
I've been useful.
野生的な人を見つけたら連絡をしよう。でよね。コンビニ行きたいんだけど、コンビニかスーパーかなんか。よいしょ。なんだっ
a
け？
colorful display of
Again, I'm obliged to inform you
な
that
んか
both
欲しかっ
alcohol
たよ
and
ね。
cigarettes damage
ア
your
ル
health.
コールやタバコは健康に悪い。アルコール。あ、タバコあるじゃん。
Here you go, mister.
で、やっとタバコ買えたよ。てか店に普通に売ってたわ。拾わなくてもいいんだ、タバコって。
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
なんか欲しかったよね。運動向上薬って何？
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
体力とは別ですか？気力、体力。
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign
わかんないな。運動向上薬ありますか？
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
同じことしか聞けない。運動向上薬があるか聞けないわ。もういいか。二日酔いは気合でどうにかしよう。これ何？一晩中やってたの？すごいね。
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
頑張ってるよ。一晩中やってたんだ。暗いな。こんな暗いと何も見えねえ。
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
なんか入れる？いや、入れません。そういえばこの人となんかしなきゃいけないんだ。いつもあんたの夢を見てる。
The unpromising raised pupil returns.
ゴブゴブで倒せるよ。人種のエニグマが何なのか分かった気がする。ちょっとゴブゴブで倒せる。てか、58% 倒せる。倒せるだろ。
It has happened again. The Titan has your
Another fit of criminal rage. Who are you, in your own words?
俺は警察官だ。
Your fist cracks in his hand like a ripe apple. Pain shoots up into your brain as he's twisting it more and more.
The words to the song have changed. Good. Now go before you enter
なんかすごい
the arrest.
大変な気持ちになっている。
And
人種のエニグマは逆説的にオクシデント人自身の人種論でもあって彼らにとって変わろうとしている。難しいな。精神を乱す古代イルマラーの毒薬アルグルをやめた方がいいことだけは確か。ちょっと待って、まだあるわ選択肢が。ゴミである俺はアレオパ街頭人超国家の支配を受けているのを受け入れる心の準備かできた。あんたの統治下で職員として使えてもいい。警察官が必要になるかもしれないしな。
everyone can see
Baby, don't be mean.
anything for you, babe.
もう港に入れてほしい。
Look, babe. The fossilized rock and roll rebel challenges me, a figure of authority. He is trying to reinstate his individualism with swear
モラ
words
モラさん、
taken
お
from
はよう、
rock
グッモーニン
songs
グ。お
from
は
the
よ
last
う。
century.
グッモーニング。
Individualism has really fucked him over, Jean.
Impotent subject of pop culture. I take pity on you. You clearly
あ、
want to enter
港
the
に入りたがっていることをよく分かってくれてい
like a
る。
little boy wants to go on
エリジウムを
potty.
楽しもう。イェ
I
イ。
can press the button for you. It will open the door.
まるで早く、おまるで用を足したくて仕方がない小さな子供を見ているようだ。俺がボタンを押してやってもいいぞ。そうすれば扉は開く。やったー。
Very well. You may enter the door.
一度だけ
once.
扉を開けてやる。これを持
Our
って
race conversation
種に関する
here.
我々の会話は終了させてもらう。なんか普通に開けてくれたんだけど。
Finally. Let's go.
倒さなくていいのこの人。倒さんでええんかい。あれ。
The unpromising race pupil returns.
あれ。
Please, stop doing this. You are making us look bad.
なんか気力を失っているんだけど。通りたいだけなんだけど。通れない。あれ、ボタンを押して通 押していただいたのではないのですか？あれ通れない。ここら辺が通れるようになるわけじゃないの？美しいグラフィックねえ。ちょっとわかんないな。ボタンを押してくれたら通れるようになるわけじゃない。ただボタンが押されただけ。どっかが通れるようになったわけじゃないんですか？この辺暗すぎて見えない。明るさみたいなのないのか。ねえ、ボタン押してもらったら何も起こらないの？この箱とか見せてもらえないの？謎だ。まあいいか。タバコ買ったし。
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket.
見ろ、勇敢でささやかな軍団がポケットにいるぞ。第一出演招待だ。かわいいね。
You picked the best one. This soldier
最
is
高の
fat
兵士を
and
選んだ
succulent.
な。
What are you waiting
こい
for?
つはまるまるとして味がいい。
Re-become yourself. Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off.
これをやるとどんな影響がある？バッドボーイを炎に浸して息を吸い込む。
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for
なんで体力を失っ
yourself.
ているのですか？
The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right corner of the screen,
タバ
there's a
コボタン
cigarettes
が
button.
表示され
Cigarettes
てい
gives
る。
plus
タ
1
バ
to
コを使用
intellect
すると
skills,
姿勢スキル
logic,
がプ
rhetoric,
ラス1される。
conceptualization, visual
ホワイト
calculus.
スキルチェックの直前に使うと効果的だ
and
が
drama
体力にダメージを受け
This
る。
is good before a white check, but damages your health.
なんもない時に使っても意味ないってことっすか？でもタバコってそんななんもない時に吸うでしょ多分。あ、これもうすでに持っているのか？私たちはこれをすでに。レベルを上げるとなんか色がつくんですか？じゃあ何する？ っち読みしてる人いる。
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Mm-hmm. もう全部聞いてるな。なんか
I
学
do my studies
校
at home at the
と
moment.
か
I have to help Mum keep this place running. School? Well, mine is a big yellow building on Boogie Street, and the people there run it. They say it's a charity.
チャリティー慈善事業らしい。
The gale wind blows in from the coast, a wind of needles. Remorse, the parquet of assembly halls. The
行
rows
動
of
の
stall
寄せ木細
bars
工の
are
床
growing cold.
長々と列
The
をなす
corridors stand empty.
なんて読むんだ
The
なん
girl's
か
voice
木
somehow finds its
が
way
冷たくなってい
through
く
this strange
廊下に
feeling.
人影はないこの奇妙な感覚の中をどういうわけか少女の声がすり抜けていく
You haven't heard a word of what she's been saying these past few moments.
Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
呪われてるんですって
Mhm.
この人も話聞いとっか本を拾い読みしてるようだ面白いかいやあ堅苦しくないただの挨拶邪魔はしないでおく挨拶をしようかないや面白いか聞こうかな
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much.
共感している
If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she?
なんで働いてないんでしょうね
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to
常に
do.
働いているわけではないこのワイラのように寝るとき以外は働いてるようなやつもいるが常に働いてるわけじゃない人もいる素晴らしいねそうかそうか
It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
人はね確かに行方不明になりがちだからね
Help her by carrying things? Maybe she needs a weightlifter. Maybe she needs you to fight her husband. No. Her hands move over the book. An array of neurons fire up with joy. Bum her a cigarette, lest it turn
あんたは
pain.
タバコを吸うか
No, I don't.
ああ吸わないんだ
My husband? No, he's not. You're welcome.
The woman before you, not
わかったわかったかわからないがこの中の人たちに話を聞こうボウルの中に痰が溜まっているタバコの匂いもするタバコもあるよ
Let me handle this.
ああ昨日はどうも
Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
長いは危険な街なのマジ。
Her
もう
entire
2日以
character
上い
has
るんだけど。
shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
この娘の人格は完全に表変しております。今ではまるで氷のように冷たい。なぜ？君は外にいた庭師じゃないか。騙したな、君は庭師じゃないのか？俺は捜査を始める前にこの場所の情報収集をしていただけだ。当然のことだろう。
No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
庭師じゃないらしい。庭師じゃないです。
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be
右
keeping
手
an eye on
にい
you.
る男。
No strong arming. Nothing official. The district
こ
of
の人
Martinez
から見て
does not
右だか
recognize your
ら、
authority to make arrests.
こっち？
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
ここでの君の役割は何だ？俺が話したいのは君でタイタスじゃなかったら？君たちは俺に何をする気だ？どうして君はそんなに攻撃的なんだ？
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
タイタスも遠くから何か言うてます。いかにも。
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
どうしてそんなに攻撃的なんですか？
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people...
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
「国際社会の金融上の干渉地帯が必要だ。感情的になることじゃない。民営化は違法じゃない。クールだし面白いんだ。君は多分歴史に残らない一般人だからわからないのでは？どこで聞いた話かは知らないが、間違ってる。 RCM は彼らの操り人形じゃないし、強力な組織だ。君たち社会主義者と違って。今の会社は気に入った。いいスタートだ。もう一歩前進して、武装放棄してみよう。組合の計画はどうなっている？そうだな。まずは仕事だ。聞き込みを始めよう。
Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist
あ、
revolution.
妙ですな。演劇が妙ですなと言っておる。妙だな。この服を着替えたいんだ。
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
なんだ、キム。キムから合図が送られている。ここはあなたに任せるということらします。マジですか。でもどんな意見でも歓迎するぜって言ってるから。
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
かなりのハンサムだったよな、あの男はよ。ちょっともうね、ボコボコの顔しか見てないからわかんないね。
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better
質問
than
があるなら今すぐしな。
Do a head count first.
まずは人数を
Connect
数え
these
ろ。
men to the tracks you saw in the yard.
なるほど。
Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man, in his 30s, overbearingly masculine.
ブーツのサイズまでパッと見ただけでわかんの。すごいね。
Sitting on his right, standard working boots, size 45 or 46, eldest in the room, probably mid-50s, smoker, quiet.
タバコ吸ってんじゃん。拾えるんじゃない。
Coughs a lot. Across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43, gang tattoos, Mesk or Sarah Mauritian, in his late 30s, early 40s. A symmetric burn on his neck, resembling the letters
左
lost
右対
lost.
称のや
Has
け
he
どがあ
tried
る。
to burn it off?
かろうじて
Leave
ロース
that
ロース
life
と読め
behind?
そのタトゥーを焼くことで過去を捨てようとしたのか。
And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below
Rowing
it
Club.
reads T. Hardy, Captain.
なんかキャプテンらしい。
In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
あそこにあるのはギターピックか。
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important.
首元にあるらしい。
Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over.
みんなこんな可愛い呼ばれ方してた。
Is 130 kilos.
友人、
And the
普通に呼ばれて
man
る
in。armor, and you could easily exceed 220.
トッチョアンガスだけなんか可愛い感じで呼ばれてんだ。
In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene.
この7名が事件現場にいた役者たちだ。あの足跡は彼らのものだが一つだけ矛盾がある。
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them.
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us, and we're all here.
ハーディーボーイズは7人で全員ここに揃っている。ほえー。
Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The garden?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
あ、まだ話聞いてくれんの？何の話しようかな。タバコくれ。
So let me
いや
get、this
金を
straight.
くれ。
There is an eighth Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other.
我々はお互いに監視し合っているというわけ。
There's no point in pushing
これ以上深追いしても意味がないと桂木警部補は考えている。この道この場は俺たちの勝ちだ。その8人目のメンバーについてはいずれより多くを知ることになるだろう。意味ないの。じゃあいっか。失礼。聞くだけ聞いたが。スライスの技術が発揮されておりますわ。
The man ponders his cooking utensils. He looks up at you. The shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. You see a heavy steel door with the door does not.
なんかの鍵も昨日もらった気がすんだけどな。何だったかわかんないんだよ。モーニカのおっぱいはでけえ。私一体何してんのと思う。結局は金が全てなんだぜ。そういうことなんだぜな。運動向上薬モレル。あれこれやった気がしたんだけど。あれまだなんか聞かなきゃいけないんですかね。今日も食うのいるじゃん。共感、もはや伝説。この子供に何が起こってるのかを把握する。
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not doing the pork pen for your sad speed habit. You don't know Kuno.
He's not worried about prison.
こいつは刑務所を恐れていない。ただお前と敵対関係でいたいだけだ。なんでだろうね。
He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure
だ
this
がこい
out
つは入手
somehow.
先を知ってるだろ。手に入らなくてもいいからどうにか入手ルートを聞き出せ。
Fucking right, pig. Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno.
He's got to at least know a source. Look at him. You need to figure this out somehow.
再挑戦できる。共感。共感ってなんだ。そんなことができるんですか。共感ができるんだね。へえ。これを上げてから来た方がいいですよということなのかな。でも 8% あるからな。
It's not
可能性
Kuno.
が。お
It's Kuno S.
問題はクーノではなくクーノースだ。
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it.
するとどうなるかというと、どうなるんですか？
Fuck you whispering about! If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
ひそひそ話するぞ、豚。
This is it. You've got him.
よし、彼を独占した。だが気をつけろ。まだ安心はできない。クーノの心象を悪くしないよう慎重にな。クーノ、よく聞いてくれ。あの小娘はお前を支配しようとしている。すぐにここを離れるんだ。あいつ何なんだ。ゾッとする小娘だな。おう。水分補給。水分補給するか。よいしょ。水分補給。ハイドレーション。水分補給。感謝でーす。あやたか飲むか。緑茶？お茶。よいしょ。完了。今日はね、水ではなくお茶をいただきました。なんかね、乾燥とかもしてるし、水とかお茶とか、なんか味のある飲み物とか、飲んだ方がいいよみんな。水分補給感謝。クーノの心象を悪くしないよう慎重に。どうすれば心象が悪くならないの？クーノース抜きで話して嬉しいよ。あいつは最悪だ。いきなりお友達を最悪とか言われたら心象悪いか。クレイジーも同じか。ちょっと、1でいっか。
The pigs trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
どれも良くないか。
Idiot. You
バカ者。
That's it. You let him off
終わりだな。彼が話す気をなくしたのは、今、そそのかすような物言いのせいだ。私にできるのは助言だけで、お前は自分で正しい選択をしなければならない。
Try to fuck my Kuno! Try to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
あいつ最悪の方が良かった。
A chill comes over you, the wind from the boulevard south, lashing you for trying to separate them, for trying to
お
take
かん
the
がする。
street
南の
out
大
of
通りから吹く風がお前を責め立てるのだ。彼らを分乱しようとしたことを、クーのこの場所から遠ざけようとしたことを。もう一回やっとくか。
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out.
彼からさらなる情報を引き出せ。必ず捜査の役に立つはずだ。なあ、そのクーの王はしばらく引っ込めてくれないか。普通の人間同士の会話しよう。そんなこと言うてもな。聞けよクーの、そういう際どい遊びはお前には神聖かもしれんが、俺たち大人はもう経験済みなんだ。クーの、ここで石を投げている間にいろんなことを見聞きしただろう。RCM が犯人を逮捕するのに協力したくないか？したいか？わかんないな。
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. Kuno knows how hard Kuno pushes it. Kuno pushes it hard level. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will keep fucking it out of you.
Are you okay, Kuno?
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment.
彼はお
Then
前
he
の
had a
言葉
minor
を、
seizure.
激励と受け取り、軽い発作を起こしたようだ。ちょっと難しいよ、人と会話するのって。あと何しよう。 この辺もね、なんか昨日から
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
四角にスキルポイントを振ればこのホワイトスキルチェックに挑戦できる。なるほど。あ、スキルポイントって大事なんだ。四角って何ですか？あ、これ？あ、意味わかんなくて、これにしかスキルポイントを振ってなかったからこんなことが起きているというわけですか。遊び方がね、わからなくて。あとどこ行く？
Give me a moment.
どうも。お前昨日見たしな。なんかあるな。誰かが壁を破壊してる。ワイみたいなやつがおるってこと？
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air
マイナス20度、寒い。
stand still and frozen, with temperatures falling down to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment. It's clean and empty, with new
物がなく
tapestry
ガランと
embellishing
して
the
いる。
walls. A standard HB graphite pencil has fallen off a three-legged stool
壁に
in the
新
middle
品の
of
タ
the
ペ
room.
ストリーがある。部屋の中央に三脚のツールが置かれていて、そこから転げ落ちたらしき HB の鉛筆が落ちている。
She had an eye for beauty.
審美眼のある人物だったようだ。ほえー。
Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible in her expression. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
Excuse me?
Scare them. Suspected of
で
some
かい犯罪に
big
加担してい
crime.
ると疑うんだ。
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
うまいやり方だったな。あ、キムが褒めてくれてるよ。珍しく。中入れるよ。靴じゃん。靴履こうかな。ペル&インガーソルの紐なし靴。ゆとりあるエレガントなデザイン。ああ、素晴らしい。履こう履こう。エレガントだわ。
The luxury of fine things. Just look at those
上
black
等な
march
ものを身に
straps.
つけると気分がい
After
い。
spending an entire day hustling, who's to say that you didn't deserve a pair of ridiculously expensive shoes on your tired feet?
美しいものは人を幸せにするよ
Beautiful
ね。
things give you a rush. It's
美しいも
power.
のは快感を与えて
Crafting
く
your
れる。
style,
それは
draping
力だ。
your flesh
お
in
前の
silk
スタイ
and
ルを
leather,
作り、その身に
deciding
シルク
how
や
to
皮を
present
まとわせ、
yourself to the
世界に
world.
どんな姿を披露するのか決める力なのだ。
Remember,
確かに
when they
俺
come
に
to
は
take
今
it
まで
away
美しい
from you,
ものが足り
you
なかったか
work
もし
for
れ
those
ね
shoes. Whether you like it or not,
泊まってる
wearing
部屋
these
も
shoes has made you
なん
more
かガラス割れてるし。
ultra liberal.
質の良さそうなマットレス。バカはよせ、虫がもぞもぞと動いてるのが聞こえる。箱からブリスター内装の医薬品がはみ出てる。いただいてしまえ。いただいてしまえよ。
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates.
不動
I am
産
not
屋さ
breaking
ん
in
だ。
as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least.
Do you want to see my ID as well?
身
You
分
can't
証も見
legally
せま
ask
しょう
for it,
か。
but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
一応見とくか。
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
素敵な髪型だ。
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
ここで何してるんだ？あの廊下の突き当たりの廃墟みたいな部屋には誰が住んでいた？一旦ここで何してるか聞くか。
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. It was some kind of a moribund
死
old
にかけ
man
の
who
じいさんが
used
住
to
んで
be a
たんだっ
business
て。
owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry. Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us
前
3
にあそこに
months
住ん
of
でた人
rent.
は家賃を
3.
3ヶ月分滞
We
納
closed
してい
the
る。
apartment and
家
planned
賃
on
で3
auctioning
ヶ
off
月
the
分滞納で
valuables,
きるん
but...
だ。
And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
So preppy. She's
高ぶって
probably
んな
on
この
some low
軽い
grade
ハーブ決め
performance
てるぜ。
enhancers like Peptide or Pericanine.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
高ぶってんな。
The sum must have been puny.
そんな大した額でもないだろうに。俺も手のちの金がどっか行ってしまった気がする。そんな大した金額にならないだろう。この部屋はどれもボロボロじゃないか。俺も
Well, it does
ね。
not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it. Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now
ど
unrentable.
ちらの部屋ももう貸し出せなくなってしまった。2部屋もよ。
Of course.
待ちわびとるな。ワイが部屋から出ることを。
Yes?
なんでもない。
What now? Of course.
待ちわびてんな。まあいっか。一応聞くだけ聞いたわ。
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz.
Whoever lives here definitely shares your
間違いなく
enthusiasm.
君の同志だろうね。
There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
そういう主義の人だと認識されてんだ、キム
Just
に。
a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram
ただの五芒星じゃ
cradled
な
in a
い。
wreath of antlers, the iconography of
なん
communism.
か
In
昨
other
日
words,
見たからもう分かった気でいたけど、全然分かってなかったのかもね。
the star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade
いや、
of the
こんなこ
last
とを言ってい
century
たか
and
もしれ
quickly
ない。
adopted by even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, to symbolize the toppling of the. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and because white is the color of peace.
へえ、白って平和の色なんだ。
Gone is the glory of hope. Only the scribblings of
また気
impoverished
力が、
students
なんか今
remain
日気
in
力が
their doorways.
失われまくっているな。でも何したらいいか分かんないし疲れるよね。え、ほんとだ、壁に穴ある。これ壁の穴なのか。いや、そうか。ただこういう部屋なのかと思ったけど、穴か。ああ、何しよっか。だってこの辺夜に来ようって言ってたもんね。ジョイス・メシエ。あ、この人もう一回話しに行ったりできるんですかね。だってこれどうやって出るんだ。出方がわからん。もしかしたら今日もお金もらえるかもしれないし話そうかな。よいしょ。他にも建造物があったようだ。何十年も前に。よいしょ。
You're back. Good. What can I
戻っ
help you with?
てらしたのね。よかった。銀色の保温瓶に入った飲み物を口にする。何かご用があっていらしたの？
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
楽しい時間と思っていただけてますか？
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This
現
isn't
実世
about
界の
you.
ことを聞け。
It's about reality.
何聞いたらいいの？なんか大体聞いてるような気がするけど。
It's a neurological disorder caused, well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly. What this boils down to is
つまり現実の究明なんてのはただの茶番なんだよ。さっさと面かって酒の一本でもかっくらえ。喉元過ぎりゃクソ話も忘れるってな。
She stares at you, head tilted to the side, with a slightly concerned look.
We're in Martinez, baby.
Baby.
A casual term of endearment popular among the... Martinez is a district of You would be excused for not knowing about it. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing?
なるほどね。共有してこそ意味がある知識って。でももう何を聞いていないのかわからねえ。
She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
今度ばかりはこの質問を交わせまい。
I am the vilest of the vile. A trait. I am an ultra.
She raises
この
the
話
corner
聞い
of
た気
her
がするんだ
mouth,
けど。
smirking, revealing it's sharp.
鋭いな。待て、ウルトラリベラルとはなんだ？
An ultra liberal. It's a type of liberal from the revolution. It's not the moderate kind. Yes. I am the nether creature of the forbidden swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought our kind were all extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as this anymore. Not in broad daylight.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire.
彼女は真実を語っております。いい人じゃない？こんな何でも答えてくれるんだしね。俺はあんたを許そう。この人でなしめ。どっちでもええわな。
That's a pity. I do hope we can remain collegial despite it all. Tell me, when you look in the mirror, do you not see a monster staring back at you?
ワイも怪物っすか？
When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. Nothing's settled. It simply fades away. Like a lover who has lost their faith. Now, shall we return to reality?
現実の話はあとは何？もう順番に聞くか全部。
A bird? A Svenicid? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games. Ah, or two. A pre-revolutionary tenant. This one used to be mostly the urban middle class. Splat, splat.
You could be wrong, but from
Wonderful.
Wonderful. この話も聞いた気がするな。概念化スキルに、振ることでこれにチャレンジできる。
The girl in the old lady rag. Ah, yes. There's something very satisfying about
とりあえずそんなもんしか聞けないわ。ホワイトスキルに挑戦するためのポイントは何をすることで溜まっているんだろう。これまだ聞いてないことあるのかな？必要なのはバールだけど、バール持ってるよね。ワーリング・イン・ラグズの裏に施錠された灰物入れがある。店長のガルテが鍵を持っているはずだ。もしくは力ずくでこじ開けることもできるだろう。必要なのはバールだけだ。 バール持ってると思うんだけど。でも裏がどこかわかんない。バール。あ、ね、持ってるよね。何でも開けられるのかな、バールで。あ、何でもじゃないか。え、服じゃん。え、あったかそう。着よう着よう。絶対あったかいよ、これ。誰にでも似合う。あー、なんかだいぶクールな感じに仕上がってきてるんじゃない？どっちがいいかな。人だ。好きなようにやる。好きなようにやってる人もおる。
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
17% も可能性あるよ。
All you observe is a veteran refusing.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel the First.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he...
There's something you missed. You will get to it.
ああ、時期にわかるか。今日はいいか。
Yes?
あ、これキムか。ね、誰がどれかわかんないんだよ。
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I help you?
まあ 3% も可能性があるからね。ガチャぐらいでしょ、これ普通に。
Alright, this is how we're gonna do it.
よし、作戦はこうだ。なかなかの腕前だな、シェフ。だが、俺なら違う風に作る。
Like what, officer? This is as good as they come in Revachol, I assure you.
This calls for an engineering angle.
構造的硬直
Structural
性。
rigidity.
自
Exposed
炊
rafters.
木
Lattice
ラピ
works.
ス
That
では
type
工
of
学的な
approach.
アプローチが必要だ。そんなもんわかんないよ。この傑作を描いたキャンバスである食パンは一度トーストしてもよかったはずだ。確かにね。大きめに切ったオルドバイチーズをハムと交互にするように乗せておけば、 食べこぼしによる部位損失を最小限に抑えられるはずだ。工学的アプローチということはこっちかな。
Mon Dieu, that is an excellent idea. That would virtually negate the component loss.
部位損失がほとんどなくなるね。
Beautiful. Now
Beautiful.
bring it home with paprika.
パプリカでとどめを刺せ。もう一手間加える。チーズとハムの間にある空洞にグリルしたパプリカを入れるんだ。
Ce serait délicieux. Can you make that sandwich, officer?
もちろんだ。ただしそのためには試作品としてあんたのサンドイッチが必要になる。
I hope you are not just tricking an old man out of the little he has left.
巨大なハムサンドイッチ。巨大なんだ。初期開発はもちろん時間はかかるが、6から9ヶ月で神々のサンドイッチを食べられるようになる。俺の価値か？心配無用だ。ウインクする。
Okay. Sure. I'm not worried. We're here all the time, every day. Is there anything I can do for you right now? Maybe to speed the whole process up a bit?
組合について聞くか。
Sure, officer. They are the good guys around here. What do you need?
イブラートのためにするちょっとしたことってなんだ？これ聞いたよな、昨日。
Everyone in
Gymnasium. I love that word.
ギムナジウムが I love the word なんだ。
What do you know about
The old soldier mumbles. The blind leading
ギ
the
ムナジウ
blind
ムって
doesn't
ね、
even begin to describe it.
気になる言葉だよね。
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
writing work must... Oh.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's comic.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Vezavane. Turns the way the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
No, thank you. For...
なんとなく話もしてみましたが、でもサンドイッチをゲットできたからね、昨日と違うことも起きている。
A rusting control panel. This panel usually closes the water lock. You pull the lever, or nothing happens. A spring brings the... Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on...
何しよう。まだ朝なんだけど。
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box.
You like sunglasses, officer?
Sunglass.
I've got the latest styles right here.
These are all...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very
Premium
cool.
design.
UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
No luck. All you find is this.
Oh, that visor is...
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem.
かわい
Let's
い
get you some real shades.
かわいすぎるだろ
Sporty and practical, officer. Good choice.
Abort. These...
Damn, officer. You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
Mega secret
They're
spy.
practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eye. It's going to be very difficult for...
No, You are definitely not buying those.
キムが優しくサングラスを外し、圧迫感から解放してくれる。これは絶対に買わない方がいい。キムって優しいやつだね。
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
これ何？帽子？なんてかわいい。良すぎるな。いい買い物をしたわ。いいものばっかりですよ、確かにね。
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek,
Windbreaker.
a windbreaker. Surf, it says.
あった方がいいでしょ、こんな
Summer,
寒すぎる環境で。
and sport. All this jacket is the apex practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you. Possibly
必
because
要
of the
的だが
awful
周りを取り囲む世界に対する感覚が鈍る可能性がある。ひどい事態のせいだ。ああ。
Good
キ
choice,
モいか。
officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
ダイナミックウィンドブレーカ
Gotta prepare for
ー。
springtime.
春に備えないとね。
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair
I can see you with taste for luxury,
え、
officer.
靴も売ってんの？
Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole. Dedicated, victorious, sporty. These found sneakers are a must-have for a track and field legend.
陸上競技のレジェンドに必要不可欠なアイテム。でも靴はな、今かっこいい。なんか、かっこいい靴拾って履いてるからな。
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super rare, super fine.
These once a small heat imp.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
だがスニーカーはもう見た。だがスピーカーの方はどうなんだ？スピーカーが欲しいやつだっているだろう？哀れなスピーカーだな。スニーカーはもう見た。
Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on
社
sale.
会主義のローファイな音響以上の価値があったとしたら、あんたに俺のことがわかるものか俺自身わかってないのに、俺はスピーカーが欲しいんだ。
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra.
なるほど。
50 cents?
スニーカーを買うとスピーカーもついてくる。お得だね。
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime of
サングラスは持っている。ウィンドブレーカーとどっちがいいかな。
かわいいか。ウィンドブレーカー。全天候型だしね。いろいろ持ってんな、意外と服。まあ、ポップな感じにしとくか。汗臭い男らしい上半身と毛むくじゃらの胸を見せびらかすのに最適なランニングシャツ。ちょっとこういう感じでいくか。じゃあ靴もこのポップな感じの靴の方がいいかな。こういうコーデでいくか。今日初めてのゴミだ。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out tool.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second. Sylvie? Yes. Hello?
よう、また警察だぜ。
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
さ、俺の身分証見なかった。
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody. And so does your badge.
身分証も見せびらかしていた？この辺にはあるってこと？
I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco. Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective. You were trying to impress some people with...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really...
Great. Anything else?
You hear the call.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
もう一回電話しようかな。
Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your memory.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. That's a negative, sir. I got a 10-12 here. Over.
報告書に俺の身分証の詳細がないか。それを読み上げてほしいんだ。住所を知りたい。フルネーム読んでくれ。何か聞いてないか？俺の家族から。周りにね、人がいるんだよね。人がいてもおかしくない会話をするか。
Excuse me, sir. Over. No, sir, I haven't. You're not really keen on mentioning your home life, so I've always assumed things weren't that good on that front. Over. 10-4, well, that's,
Does he actually want something, or is he hell-bent on disrupting?
He asked if he ever told me about his days before.
For God's sake, cut this shit out!
Sir, Satellite Officer Vic Mars. So, was there anything else?
名前ぐらい呼んでもらうか。
9 repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over. Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner.
What? What is it?
He seems intoxicated and...
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That... Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10...
はあ。ちょっと話すのって難しいよ、人と。
Now it's turning into a kind of a
教
snow
官
limbo,
に
man.
スキルポイントを振れば、このホワイトスキルチェックに挑戦できる。あ、教官とかできた方がいいんだ。まあ、とりあえずいっか。何しよう。
Looking for something?
「ここってどうやって行く？」でもこの辺にドアがあったからそっから行くとかな。
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? You know, serious business.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss.
You know, serious.
He's a chatty guy. Wants.
ここになんか落ちてんだけど。あ、普通に入れたんだけど。なんで？カードキーがなければこちら側からは開けられない。え？すべての労働者は取締役員の一員である。留意、タイプライターだ。裏に型名が記載されている。クッションに大きな尻の跡。ラジオの横でくつろいでいる。奇妙な雑音が流れている。一般的なオフィス用の書類棚。鍵がかかってる。壊せ。
On second glance, someone.
It's unfortunate for the union to just leave their paper.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold.
何かおかしいところはないか？
It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
やるぜ。
Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing.
Is that what you're doing with those photos over there? Good. This is probably not relevant to our case anyway.
Hundreds of documents and the same materials being... You already went through all of these.
ああ、ちょっと
The drawer slides shut.
集中できなくて分かんなかったわ。本もらっとくか。はがき。あ、綺麗な感じのこうでもできんじゃないこれ。 ちょっときれいめのズボンがないかもね。
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
筋肉記憶に任せて適当な番号を押してみるか。
Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. Calling. Calling. Still call.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
今から公主台に向かおうとしている男の
Video
ようだ。
Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy.
俺と何の関係がある？
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
ボイジャー通りとメインストリートの角にあるレンタルビデオ。お困りなら当店へお越しください。
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours.
ボイジャー通りとメインストリートの角、側面に巨大なネオンが掲げられた建物が、そんなんあったの？
Lead away from the front door. Tiny heels tiptoeing. The call is terminated.
やることないし誰かわかんないし己が行ってみてもいいかもね。あれこっから出てきた？ここは出てきてるわ。ここにはじゃあどうやって行くの？このゴミはどうやって拾えるんだ？
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Yes, it was probably you. It
ああ、
does
きっ
bear
と
the
君だろう。
RCM insignia after the service cloak issued to you by your station? Yes, yes, I do.
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants.
服じゃん。ワイの服だ。ウィンドブレーカーの方がまとまってる気もするが。せっかく警察っぽい運をねゲットしたから。巨大な機械群が静かに佇んでいる。コンテナを覆うシートが白い松の木描かれている。はい。どうつながっているんだ？なんかある？
デッキにはインダストリアルデザインで書かれたクバルスンの色あせた文字がある。これは
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arret are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached
どっちも何かわかんない。押すか。
with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. And with a surprisingly the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again. Now, move in this container, of course. For this,
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original.
クレーン。下にしたらなんかあるんですか？
Before you
あ、
stands
見れ
a
る。
cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
別段変わったところは見受けられないけど、何か特別な気がするよね。
You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
こいつはクレーンで吊るされていたよ。自分でもよくわかんないけど、とにかく特別な感じがする。何かしらの金製品が入ってるかもしれんぞ。なんでもないかもしんないね。
It's a cargo container, Detective. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to interview the union boss.
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
扉を説得することができる 3% の確率で、ブルアカのガチャぐらいね。
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, Detective. You can do that.
ちょっと何も見れないわ今は。あと何があるんでしょう。あとレンタルビデオ屋どこにある？あ、まだなんか奥に部屋がある。タバコの吸い殻3箱分ある。空き瓶もある。
This is the night watchman's booth. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a
If you must. But please.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are... It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair.
幸せなカップルの写真をゲッ
is
トした。
dressed in a Royal Carabiner uniform. The girl...
Why did you take that picture of René? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but...
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does...
I'm not here to tell you what to do, Detective.
副作用を確認しと
Oh
こう。
boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death. Maybe this was a bad idea.
まあいいだろう。
You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and exit the booth.
回収して。
This is the night watchman.
ここにはどうやって行くんですかね。行き方がわからない場所ばっかりある。ここは通れないの？コンテナの制御のところに行くのか。道が全くもって覚えられない。ルネに写真のことを尋ねろ。ルネって誰？あ、出られない。そういえばそんなことを言っていた気がする。出られない。もうこの屋上にいる、屋上なのかこれは。ことしかできないのですか？こっちの方もなんかあるわ。よいしょ。バーミリオンという文字が書かれている。目の前の亀裂が石油と錆の匂いを放っている。血の匂いと似ている。なんだこれ。これいい手袋じゃない？なんかこの色味と合ってて、コートの。てか外にね、降りられない。ここから降りられない。焦げたコーヒーの匂いがする。ここに小銭があるよ。小銭はすべて回収していこう。これ人じゃない？お気楽なやつがいるよ。
Container, container, put the logos on. Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
Hey.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
このコンテナをどうするつもりなんですか？他の人はどうしたんですか？あなたはここで働いているのですか？あそこのコンテナには何が入ってるんですか？リーダー探してたかもしんない。でも、コンテナに何入ってるか聞こうかな。
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just
これ
waiting
から
to be
詰め
loaded
る
up.
んだ。
Told you.
だから言ったろ。はい。
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
組合の色に染まったコンテナの中にタンクが入っているようだ。まるで大規模な改装作戦という感じだな、キム。レオ、おいを取り替えなくちゃいけない理由を誰かに説明してもらったことはあるか？あの赤い覆いの下には何があるんだ？
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think. No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
リーダーの話も聞こうかな。
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both
とん
nice
でもなく
fellows.
いい
They've
方なん
lived
だ。
their
へ
entire
え。
lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made
どこにいる？
Martinez what it is today.
だろう。
Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course.
ズーム室、そんなんあんの？連結された2つのコンテナを指さす。
Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
2ヶ月働かなくていいんだ。
So no one is working?
いや、でもね、ストライキという仕事をしているんだからな。
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's
あ、
union
話しちゃいけない
business.
こともあるんだね。
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since...
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
奴らはどんな喧嘩をしたんだ？憲兵を殺したとかじゃないんですか？
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the word now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who, no, he already switched to a
今度は酔っ
prized
払い
fishing
の
rod
製
he
材所の
apparently
主の
owned
話をし
at
だした。
some point.
そいつはダ
You
メだ。
know what?
かつて自分が大切にしていた釣り竿のことに話題が切り替わってる。こうなったら適当なところで質問を投げるしかない。
Yes, yes. Yeah, I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Buff?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
弁護士みたいになってた。
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
あんたはよく頑張っとる。そうだよな、レオ。あんたが親分のくすみがきをしてやらなかったら、ここはすぐにでもダメになっちまうんだろうな。
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright. Bye-bye now.
バイバイな。というわけで、はなんすかね。巨大な魔法瓶に入っているコーヒーはまだほんのりと温かい。いいね。待って、人いるじゃん。あ、人いるわ。ちょっと身だしなみを整えていこう。ちょっとバールとか持ってたら危険なやつに見えるか。もっと危険じゃなさそうなものにしよう。タバコと袋ならまあいいだろう。服どうしようかな。やっぱタンクトップの方が可愛いか。サングラスもちょっと小綺麗なやつにしようかな。これでいくか。何ここはどうやって動けばいいんだ。よいしょ。魚の剥製、時刻を告げる時計なの。
Before you is a walrus of a man
イ
seated
ブラート
behind
さ
a
んだ。
large desk. He looks up from his work,
人型の
not
セイ
the
ウチが
least
座っ
bit
ている。
surprised to see you.
どうも
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you. With a mixture of expectation and impatience.
期待と苛立ちが混ざった感情をうまく抑えているな。あんたが、港湾労働者たちの責任者か。一応
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by.
ミスター・デューボア。ワイってデューボアって名前なんすか。
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable.
この上なくくつろいでるように見えるがな。それに比べてこちらの折りたたみ式の椅子はまるで拷問器具だ。
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks.
なるほど。
I'll do my best.
団結心がキムの気持ちを伝えてくれる。僕も最善を尽くそうと。
Forget about
頑張ってこう。
What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
嫌な予感もしている。まあ一応座るか。
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today.
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most
世界
uncomfortable
一座り心地の悪い椅子で間違いない。尻の穴が侵されそうだ。ああ、ちょっとあんま長時間座ってるの良くないか。
I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager.
Wow, that's 25
わお、
real.
25リアル、大金だぞ。お前に必要なものだ。待て、あんたガールテをしているのか？ありがとよ、イブラート。滑稽なまでにバカでかい小切手を受け取る。小切手ってサイズ決まってないんだ。そのバカでかい小切手をあんたのケツの穴に詰めときな。ちょっとガールテの話するか。
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
もらうだけもらっとくか。
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
受け取ったことは忘れるなよ。
Now, I'd like to set
いや、
your
もち
mind
ろん
at
冗談だ。
ease
冗談
about
か。
one other matter.
じゃあ忘れ
Your
ちゃお
lost
う。
gun. Let me assure you, union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun,
Lost gun.
lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only
あ、もう
two
気力も体
words
力もなん
escape
かそげていく。
gravitational pull.
世界が恐怖という黒い穴に飲まれていく。その引力から逃れられるのは、なくしたと銃の二言だけだ。なぜ俺が銃をなくしたことをしている？はあ。
I know everything, Harry. Right
すべて
now,
を知って
I
い
know
る
that you're
わ
worried.
ワイの
Don't
こ
be
と
worried.
わかりますか？
Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
It was loaded.
弾は入っていた。2発入っていたはずだ。
Always keep
お前
at
は
least two
いつ
barrels
も最
loaded.
低2つの重心に弾を込めておくようにしているからな。キム、キム。
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Who does this guy think you are?
パニクらずにいけましたかね。
You ain't worried about no
俺、お前を誰だと思ってんだ。お前が新米刑事のロニエ・ルーキー君だとでも思っているのか？なくした銃だの、未払いの請求書だの、忘れてしまった名前だの、全部お前にとってはどうでもいいことだ。お前は悪い刑事なんだ。きっとこいつ以上の汚職に手を染めている。待ってくれ、それだけか。俺が誇れることはそれだけなのか。ああ、椅子に深く腰掛け、笑いながら背中の後ろで手を組む。ああ、ちょっと余裕を醸し出すか。
The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seemed good. Now lean in with some
今度はい
corruption.
かにも汚職警完全とした感じで身を乗り出すんだ。なあ、イブラートさんよ。あんたも俺も世界の歯車がどうやって回っているのかを理解している側の人間だ。
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
その戦士にふさわしい座り心地のいい椅子を用意してほしかったものだ。ところで、この椅子、なかなかうまい仕掛けだな。客を常に緊張状態にしておける。
Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now
いい
kick
ぞ。
back
差し上
and
げ
add
に
a
椅子の背に
final
もたれろ。
flourish.
最後まで虚勢を張り通すんだ。メンツを保つためにな。もてなしてくれて感謝する。いつでも署まで俺を訪ねてきてくれ。 ここはウルムの巣だ。俺がどんな要件でここに来たのかあんたも分かっているはず。あんたにとってもいい儲け話になるはずだ。俺は別に汚職を働いているわけじゃない。合理的なだけだ。
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions.
キム。
Don't you think so, detective?
キムはこの状況にだいぶうんざりしている様子だ。ごめん。どうやって入ったか聞かないのか。あんた、俺のことをミスター・デュボアと呼んだな。なぜだ？俺がなくした銃の話をしよう。釣り師事件について話がしたい。ちょっと聞きたいこといっぱいあるな。ジョイスという人物に会った。会社の代表を務めているジョイスって誰？あんたの執務室の外にあるコンテナには何が入っている？イブラート、俺はそろそろ追いとませてもらう。上から聞くか。
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil.
人種論の死と仰ぐようになったそうだな。人種の神秘を心底から信じていて、こういう機会に恵まれたことに感謝している。いつか俺も貢献できるようになりたい。別に弟子になった覚えはない。やつの言うことに少しばかり耳を傾けたのだ。作戦の一環だ。どうにかして中に入らなくちゃいけなかったからな。別にあれを通じてレイシストに目覚めたわけじゃない。俺は数字金入りのレイシストなんだ。俺の頭は大抵あんな感じだ。
Of course, Harry. Of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And rest assured, no one's gonna hear about it. No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez.
You can see the map of Revachol in your head. Dozens of red arrows are pointing outwards from Martinez, moving all across the city.
Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
情報が勝手に集まってくるんだ。へえ。
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
ハリー・デュボアがワイの名前ですか。
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
確かに今の俺は記憶に少々もやがかかっている。俺の記憶に問題はない。あんたを試してみただけだ。記憶ないってバレたらバカにされますか。でもまあ、ないからな、実際。
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is, I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. Maybe I can help you out.
Don't trust him. For all you
デュ
know,
ボアというのもこいつの名前
might
か
be
もしれ
his
ない。
name.
裏を取る必要がある。
You need to confirm
マジ
this.
デュボア自体も違いますか？
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
はっきりさせようじゃないか。俺のフルネームは何だ？俺の家族について何か知っているか？そこには俺がどんな警官だと書かれている？そのフォルダをどこで手に入れた？フォルダをもう一度見るか。
This?
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic. Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
Everard's large hands are covering the folder, but the look on his face says, I know everything about you, Harry.
Oh, Harry. Oh, wow. This is...
I'm sure it's not that bad. At worst, he has an old RCM folder, and I very much doubt even that.
So how about it, Harry? You need assistance, I presume?
Full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Harry Dubois.
No, I'm really not. You are Harry.
うまくやってけそうな名前だ。あんまり気に入らんな。なんかもっと、ね、もっとスター的な名前の方がいいか。でもうまくやってけそうな名前ではあるか。まあいいか。
Don't be silly, Harry. Harry Dubois, that's a real man's name. A union man's. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
俺をめぐってひつらぎとライバルになろうとしているんですか？
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man, do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
俺は最高の父親になるぜ。
Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me. Let's hear it, Harry. Of course, Harry, of course. Yes, your lost gun.
Lost
My
gun.
best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, grandmas, everyone. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
The only way to find it seems to be
銃を見
working
つけ
with
るに
him.
はこの男と協力しかなさそうだな。こいつが人質代わりに所持している可能性すらある。確かに。待てよ、本当にこいつは俺の銃を人質に取っているのか？弾の数をね、間違っていたから持ってない可能性もあるか。今回の銃のことで俺を脅そうったって無駄だぞ。銃のことなどどうでもいい。あんたが持ってろ。それはつまりあんたのために働けば銃を取り戻せるってことか。
Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a dangerous thing. I can't have it around in my neighborhood. Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you, we are working on locating them.
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands.
友好的に競争することになりそうだな。
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about.
吊るし事件がス
Honestly,
トライキと
it's
関
been
連してい
weighing
る
on
こ
me
とは
so
もは
heavily.
や公然の秘密
I
だ。
understand
話したいことが山ほどある。正直な話、この件でずっと気をもんでいるんだ。君が私を取り調べしなくてはならないことも重々承知している。
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
ある一
件のせいで夜も眠れない日々が続いてる。ああ、優先順位があるんですかね。
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's
ブル
going
ブ
to
ルの
use?
脂肪の塊風情
He's got another
お
thing
前を利用しようというのか。
Play his
その
game,
考えが
son.
間違っていることを教えてやらねばな。この勝負乗ってやれ。だが決して油断する
And
な。
when he does,
こいつはそのうち
you're
きっ
going
と
to
ヘ
come
マを
out
する。その
on
時
top.
こそお前が勝利を収める時だ。なんで直接開けに行かないんですか？誰の家？俺が思うにあんたは吊るし事件のことを何も知らないんだろう。畜生。引き受ければいいんだろう。
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
確かに一日中走り回っても平然とはしていた。
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what? Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
中に入ったりする必要ない。入っちゃうだろうな。
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here. We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
なんで会わないん
If
ですか？
she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her.
こいつは
It's
こ
as simple
の
as
あ
that.
の女に会いたくないのだ。これはそういう至って単純な話なのさ。
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his
ほ
tricks.
とんど怒りをあらわにしないやつなのは確かだ。すごいことよ。
Visibly.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over. Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret.
秘密が一つもない透明な場所
Tell her
と
about
こ
all of
で
it.
す。
My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind.
なんでこんな話せ話せと言うてくるのだ。
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking.
おだて
Maybe
上手
that's the
こい
way
つ
to
をうま
go
く乗
about
せることがで
opening
き
the
れば
container.
コンテナを開けてもらえるかもしれん
You
ぞ
should at least try
説得
convincing
くらいは試みるべきだな。どうやって説得すんの？
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly. I rarely do, Harry. I have people for that. Now, you were saying? Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
いやー助かった。どうやってここを出ようか悩んでたところだ。ここに閉じ込められるのはごめんだからな。
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Yes?
マニャーナって誰なの？でも出れるらしい、一旦外に。どっからどっからだ。待って、普通に歩けない。こうやって行かなきゃいけなかったんだ。出方がわからないよ。
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened.
どうやって出るんだ？よいしょ。
The file cabinet stands steady. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
よいしょ。出れた。でマニャーナって誰？
So, how'd you like our
あ、この
harbor?
人じゃん。
この港はお気に召したかい？いやー、なかなか良かった
It's
ね。
but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant.
そう、どういうことでござい
He
ます
was
か？
an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts. I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men, with all sorts of skills.
He means a more
も
violent
っと武闘
faction
派の
could
奴ら
easily
なら
take
そうい
care
う
of
ことも
such
あ
a
っさ
thing.
りやってのけるってことよ。
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search.
僕に与えられた任務じゃなくて本当に良かった。
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
ネズミの家だと言っていた。あんたに教えてもらえるつもりでいたんでございますけど。
Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
これぞ労働者階級同士の団結だよね。目の前にチャンスがあったから掴んだまでだ。俺は金を稼ぐのが大好きなんでね。ネズミの話は聞いているが、どうも地元のハツカネズミとは違う気がしてな。俺の言ってることがわかるか？ウィンクする。ウィンクしとこうかな。
Polar weasel? Oh. I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's
もう
actually
レイシス
Occidental,
ト
though.
とか言われまく
So
り。
you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags.
君
That's all
の
I
目
know.
指すべき場所は
Our
温室の向
organization
こ
is
う
what you
の
call
地下に通じるドア。
compartmentalized.
ワー
Means
リ
we
ン
keep out
グ
of each
イ
other's
ンラゴスの裏側だね。僕もそれ以上は知らない。うちの組織はいわゆる部門化されたところだから、互いの仕事には干渉しないことになっている。
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
ハーディーボーイズについて聞いてみろ。聞くか。
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit
独立
too
した
high-strung,
武
but it
闘
comes
集
with
団。
the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. We're negotiating our share. Aye.
はい。賃金とか年金とかそういう話じゃないのか？取り分がどれくらいになればいいんだ？ああ、経済関係の話か。理解した。
All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process. I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent
僕の
businessman.
目には有能なまとめ役であり、それなりに力のある実業家として映っている。そもそも組合のボスなんかいて何か得することがあるのか？
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief.
ああ、
He
村長
oversees
気
the
分が
harbor,
味わえ
makes
る。
deals with the owners or other relevant parties. Watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt?
汚職をして
We
ない
live in
わ
a
けが
harsh
ない
and
だろ
disordered
う。
world, see? And in this world,
混沌とした厳しい世界で生きてるんだから、こんな世の中じゃねえ。
the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure.
そこそこの
That's his
贅沢はす
prerogative.
る。
It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all. No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
あんたのやっていることは世界共和国的な思想と見事に一致している。なのにどうして共産主義を名乗らない？その通りだと思う。自分のものでもないものを奪い取るのはどうかと思う。クールだ。特に俺の方から付け足すことはない。
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
He knows who he is.
こいつは自分というものをよくわかっている。地に足がついているというのか。自分は愚か。他者にさえ己の政治的な立ち位置を取り繕ったり、事細かに説明したりする必要性を感じていない。なるほど。
See, I'm primarily a lazy person.
なんかいろいろ考えてんだね。
Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding.
男はその茶色い瞳に知性を叩いている。こいつにとっては自分の時間をうまく運用することが何よりも大切
The
なのである。
man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be, an endless torrent of time.
話せてよかった。どこに行けばいいんだっけ？この部屋の鍵は裏庭の温室なんかありましたっけ？人が多い。
The tear machine stands and your bottles clunk in.
天気悪いね。あ、裏にはこれじゃない？温室？これ温室か
？An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material.
これじゃないわ。キム、これじゃないの？裏庭の温室って。
You see a heavy steel.
あ、これでもない。
Can I help you?
今日の部屋代払わなきゃいけない。
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything.
お前なら関係だぜ、エリザベス。お前になれないもんなんてねえ。 のんきならモデルにだってなれるぜ。
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn, they aren't. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing
耳
problems?
が悪いなら医者に行きな。
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. The pretty boy.
Funny, but my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor. Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
We did this.
俺たちが釣ったのさ。
All of
一
us.
緒に俺たち全員であの野郎が死ぬまで首にコンテナ用ベルトが巻かれていたのはそれが理由だ。
There's a container belt
なるほど。
around his neck. Goddamn ride.
Goddamn bad.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
この正直者たちは一人もかけずにここに来た。何があったかをすべて話し、これ以上あんたの時間を無駄にしないよう努めたんだ。彼をそんな風に殺して両親の呵責はないのか？あの夜、男を連れと指示を出したのは誰？スキルポイントってどこ？使える分どこに書いてあるんだ？両親の呵責とかどうでもよくないか？
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You
誰
can't
か一
arrest
人を逮捕
a
したいなら、
hardy
ハーディーボーイ
without
ズ全員を
arresting
逮捕す
all.
ることだ
Do you
ね
think。you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them
そん
all?
なことができると思ってる？全員をしょっぴくなんてゲートあんたに可能かしら？
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. What you can do right now.
No, no. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
なんで殺したんですか？
Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
なおかつ一線を越えたからだ。
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike.
誰かがストライキを始めると姿を現すタイプの憲兵。経験豊富な連中。
Written all over him. Ex-auto.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNA's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNA's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly.
彼は突然かすかな不安に駆られている。レイプについて口を滑らせたことを後悔しているようだ。あらあらあら。
Kill us all if we don't open the gates. we don't let the scabs in. If we don't bend over. That
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you.
ピエロとは気軽に話してもらえないよ。
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling.
彼の決意は固そうだ。どうやって殺しました
We
か
hanged him up by his neck until he got real.
Didn't they teach you?
Can you give us a few more details? Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
気絶した後、首に縄をかけて吊るしたらしい。
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
彼はオランイエの特殊部隊出身の訓練された兵士じゃなかったのか？もし事実なら一体どうやって彼を締め上げた？
Actually, they're
72% とか失敗するらしい。
The
確率っ
entire
て
room.
気に
Given
しな
how
くてい
many
いか。
questions you've lobbed their way. Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
まだ説明が足りねえよ。
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
ここでやったんすか？
Like what, Copper?
You don't have to keep answering.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah.
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
Pretty boy がハンサム野郎か。
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is
次の
drawing
質
to
問
an end. Don't waste your last question.
次の最後の質問を無駄にしないことだね。最後の質問ですかこれ。タイタスに一歩近づく。それなら俺たちはどうすればいいんだ？
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arrest.
A fearful readiness, like an... By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss
キム
as he
は
steps closer.
ホルスターに別に添えてない。別にキムって射撃の腕めっちゃいいわけじゃないから別に。あんたは殺人を自白した。署に連行させてもらう。みんな落ち着け。ここは冷静に話し合おう。連行できるとは思わないけど、言ってみようかな。
Look, coppers. I know you think you're doing your job here.
死に
But
ま
there
す
are
か？
7 of us.
That's an Easter 50. A Ziemsk-made monstrosity. It'll
欲しい
blow
な、
it
銃。
clean off.
The little guy? You're the little guy now.
So, little guy.
Yeah, little questions.
あ、まだなんか聞かせてくれるんですか？
Nothing. Your investigation here is done.
I think we're going to stick around. I've done this job for long enough to know that.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Establish authority. Yes.
権威
Authority.
の確立。そうだ、
Feverish
権威だ。
thoughts race through your mind.
あんたはレイプされた女がいると言ったくせに肝心の誰かは言おうとしない。どうせデタラメなんだろ。俺はこの町が地獄と化すのを防いでいる唯一の存在なのに、あんたは協力を拒んでいる。これだけ？選択肢はもうこれしかないのか？
Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
あ、拳銃作戦を華やかに見せるためのおまけか。
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
残念だがお前が想像しているようなものでもないぞ。何？誰のことだ？俺か？全員落ち着いてくれ。これはただのパフォーマンスだ。
What in the name?
But I don't want to give you my gun.
君には銃を渡したくないんだ。あ、そうっすよね。
The fuck is happening, Titus?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
And what is that? Merely what?
The pressure in the room.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Your fingers wrap around the handle. Good. Now put it in your mouth.
よし、では銃口を自分の口に入れろ。でも俺はあいつらに向けたいのに。パフォーマンスを披露しよう。
What are you doing?
何をしてるんだろう、私は。
Genuine panic flies across the lieutenant's face.
純然たる恐怖が木警部補の顔にさっとひらめく。
Fellas,
キムも怖がってるよ、ホワイのこと。これの意味がわかるやつはいるかわかんないんだけど、これどういう意味？これは俺の思考だ、俺の頭なんだ。今から5秒後に一生忘れられないような光景を見せてやる。俺に敬意を払わないならな。さっさと俺に敬意を払った方が身のためだぞ。俺はこの事件を諦めるつもりはない。俺に敬意を払え。
We'll solve the case. Look at me. Don't worry. This demonstration is not helping.
このパフォーマンスは捜査の役立ってない。少しもだ。
Inside the small mechanism.
Yeah. Cause I sorta wanna see that shit.
You won't, man. His fucking balls ain't big enough.
What in the name of motherfuck?
Acidic taste on your lips. Corrosive. Once as a child, you put your tongue against the
味
rail.
も感じてます。
It was winter.
The fuck is he saying?
Some insane shit.
Nothing. Give me the gun.
Fellas, the cop is really threatening.
No, that is not what is happening. This show is unnecessary. Give me my gun now.
He's not gonna off himself. Come on.
No. He'll do it. Go ahead, son. 3, 2,
2, 1. No. Give it to Lieutenant Kitsuragi. It's not too late. There will be no spinning. Do the honest thing.
だとしてまっとうなことをしろ。引き金を引け。 入ってるらしいんだけど、弾。うん。まあ人として真っ当なことをやるか。
Deranged cop kills himself. Citizens.
普通に死んだんだけど。人として真っ当なことをやれ。この人と話したのか。
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
話したか。裏庭ってどうやって行くのほんで。
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be Liz.
Even a mod?
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of the cold look in her eyes. Speaks louder than words.
Like I already told you, I'm a...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious...
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took...
As he speaks, his fist...
Yeah, we did this.
No, you don't. What you have is 7 honest men who thought it forthcoming to tell you what happened.
How many people have you sent to the ship?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man...
なんで殺しましたか?
Because he was worthless mercenary.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Seminole written all over him. Ex-Oranese spec...
A live grenade! Right here in our bar!
I can't prove it, but I know.
'Cause one night...
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't believe it either.
Wrong?
There's slight...
To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabs...
Yeah. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even...
Aren't you fuck...
Yeah. Me and Eugene got around.
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? That's for the courts and what you can.
No. We'll stay here and discuss...
You don't have to keep...
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
Known him?
Yeah!
Quiet.
By the Pines Code.
No. Why don't you...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
We hanged him up.
Didn't they?
Can you give us a few more details?
Titus.
We overpowered.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
てめえらの餌にしてやって。彼はオランエ特殊部隊出身の。
With numbers, ass.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
シャンキーの話は嘘の可能性がある。ね、ここでやったら大変なことだよね。
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others.
タイタスは岩のように堅牢だし、他の奴らも大体そうだが。
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police. This little rat-faced fellow is solid
シ
too.
ャンキーも難
Always
しい。
fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly
友人
keeps to
みん
his
な難
tomato
しいじゃんじゃん。
juice or whatever he's got there. Tomato juice? Just tomato juice.
ドッジョアンガスあんた滝のような汗を流し呼吸に障害を抱えている。彼らは起点を聞かせてこの男をこれほどまでに蚊帳の外に置いているのだ。間違いなく鎖の中で最も脆弱な部分。
A single sentence would wear him out.
こいつに
He can't
ひ
take
び
the
に
length
こ
of
い
the
つにひ
question.
びを入れるにはたった一言で事足りる。
And he'll
彼は
crack.
疑惑の目を長く向けられることに耐えられないだろう。十分な時間、圧力を加え続けてやればやがて口を割る。なるほどね。おい、お前。そこのお前で息が苦しいのか？
No.
彼が驚いて顔を上げると、その額は汗で光っている。暖かそうな毛糸の帽子の下から数本の巻き毛がはみ出している。
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
シャンキーが頑張っている。
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy.
この怪力男から目を離すなよ。そのうちこいつは小枝のようにポッキリ折れるはずだ。
And fuck you too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this.
アンガスだけに目をつけやがって学校の庭でのさばってるいじめっ子か？一応言っとくが、今後アンガスの呼吸について触れるのはやめろ。
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman.
Not in the arrest.
A fearful readiness. Like an... By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as...
Look, Coppers. I know you think you're doing your job here, but they're a sip.
That's an Easter 50. A Ziemsk-made monstrosity. It'll blow your head. The last thing you hear is a little murmur. Not a blast. Not an echo. No one screams.
で、死んでしまう。
More dead cops
またも
sounding
殉
from
職。
the district of Martinez as the bodies of 2 police officers are found floating in the canal.
あんま攻撃的な態度を取らない方がいい。話し合いが大事だ。あと音質かなんかってどこ？もう話大体
I've got
聞いたし
nothing
聞か
to
なく
say
て
to
いい
you.
か。
I am not.
You could be Liz.
Even a mod?
He's right. With a face like that, she could the cold look in her eyes.
Like I already told you.
Looks like the circus left town,
今話さな
but
く
the
ていいのか
clowns
な？
are still here. The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Because
as he speaks,
we did this together. God.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened?
How many people have you...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to...
Didn't they?
Can you give us a few...
Titus.
We overpowered.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, right fucking here.
With numbers.
No, he hasn't. Not yet. Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough.
Fuck off, copper.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder.
No. Of course he's having trouble.
Fuck off.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to...
Like what, copper?
共感できるようにしとこう。この世で大事なことだ。
Why? Cause he was worthless I am.
What kind of...
The kind that...
Alive.
I can't prove it. But I...
Cause one night...
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't...
Wrong.
There's a slight unease in him.
To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. Show me your con. Why don't you show me your con?
Aren't you...
Yeah. Me and you...
No.
There's nothing you can do for now.
You don't have to answer.
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
Known him?
Yeah.
Quiet. He came around...
By the Pine Skull, you mean?
No. Why don't you ask her?
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
The sweaty man turns red.
It's not the fat ass. Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night,
あの
they
夜
all
は
acted
全員で
as
一人
one
の人間と
man.
して行動したんだ。
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave my...
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. I've done this job for long enough to...
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
じゃあこの辺で。で、何すんだっけあと。捜査を進めるには、威厳を見せつけなきゃいけない。でもそれは別に銃を加えることじゃないかもしれない。やれることをやるしかねえ。ね、裏庭の温室の裏にある誓いのドアを開けるように。これ、どこ
There. Working class drunk. You know what? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is. No, it's not. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve. There's no need for champagne. The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffiti. The mail collection box has
この人別に喋ってくれるわけじゃないの。
just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. You have no clue. Maybe this would be a good wall for so many walls. This must be it. The basement door is
こ
well
こが
worn.
あれです
The
か。
copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. The royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime and then some. The door is slick with rain. You don't hear any movement inside.
あ、ストレッチしますか。よいしょ。
ストレッチストレッチ。
ストレッチ。感謝。首とか回しつつ、あれ、肩、背筋など伸ばそうかな。首とか回したりもしとこう。体がね、筋肉がね、なんか人に会うたびにね、こわばってるように感じると言われるよね。よいしょ。ストレッチ、感謝。よいしょ。よいしょ。入れて。した方がいいね、ストレッチも。よいしょ。
In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
お前を囲む庭は不気味なまでに静まり返っている。鳥のさえずりすら聞こえない。マジ。
You knock silently.
I guess no one is in.
キムも居心地悪そうにしてるわ。キムもストレッチした方がいいよ。
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself.
僕はこんなことをするために RCM に入ったわけじゃない。だが君と一日を共にするたびに君の新たな一面が見えてきているのも確かだ。キムはなおも飾りのついたドアを観察しながら返事をする。
Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
意外にも捜査に必要な情報をもらうために地元の組合のボスと組むことを不愉快に思っていない自分がいる。
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrat we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
なるほど。
Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task.
嘘つくのもあり。
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this.
開けちゃおう。
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in good job. Let's go now. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft, a whistle.
消毒剤の匂いが部屋に充満している。薬品臭い。
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning a little ring. Though cheerful, the lieutenant picks up one of the mugs.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
スカッとした気持ちになっている。キムもね、楽しんでおります。あ、これ何語だろう。ヤッホー。ここの住人は筋骨たくましい金髪のファンタジーヒーローが好きなようだ。インターイスラドレスシャツ。あ、なんかすごいおしゃれそうだな。本もあります。ここ暗。服でいっぱいの小型スーツケース。客が泊まっているのか。こんなもんすか。なんもないね。コップがあったぐらいですか結局。
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbol, a little ring. Though the lieutenant picks up.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into.
なんもないわ。服があったぐらい。
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
捜査名人。
Attaboy, the world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently for you to uncover them. この思考ってどうしたらいいの。まあいいか。枠が3つしかないんだ。
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope.
All around you, rain keeps falling down. On the wooden boards she's standing on, and on the wall.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very
頑
sturdy.
丈なんだ。
What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Finally, time to
どちらの側につくのか選択する時が来たぞ。なんだと。奴は素晴らしい男だ。誇り高く公正な人物だよ。そんな感じではないけどね。イブラート・クレアは労働者運動の英雄だ。奴こそ俺が忠誠を誓った権力者だ。虹の連合とやらを目指すうぬぼれた社会主義だった。虹の連合とは人種差別や階級差別を否定し多文化を推進する活動。へえ。一緒に仕事ができる男だと感じた。社会主義者にしては合理的なやつだ。俺が選んだ権力者はやつではない。あんたと資本の大義にこそ忠誠を誓いたい。 俺が奴をどう思ったかは重要じゃない。俺は自分の仕事をしたまでだ。確かに。
Of course, Detective. Excuse me for implying otherwise.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any other
キム
way.
もそう言っとる。
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossip.
Tell her she'll like
話せ
you
ばきっ
for
とてめえのことを気に入ってくれるぞ。あんたがくれた例の金だが、金をもらっている状態で俺からあんたに情報を提供したら、なんていうか、いびつな関係ってことになるだろうか。そんなことないよね。困ってるからくれただけだからね。
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the
ど
anger
う
and
にか怒りと
surprise.
驚きを抑えているらしいな。キムが怒ったり驚いたりしているらしい。
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going?
あ、みんな驚いてる。
Detecting
俺の
produced
型
a
破
gun.
りさに。進捗の方はいかが？捜査の甲斐あって銃を見つけることはできた？なんかね、間もなく見つかるんじゃない？
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
She's not even asking you anything. It's
Weird. Oh no. One of the positive things to come from the revolution is the unhindered exchange of information, you see, even when it comes to trade secrets. Which isn't to suggest our talks constitute corporate espionage.
こんだけしか
Even
言うこ
if
とない
they
の。
did, it would be fine. But they don't, since you logged the money as a donation, and this is clearly just gossip between friends. Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later, should something come up. Now, what else can I do for you? Of course. I'm glad you asked.
Disappear?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't. Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The point of the presentation.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a...
if you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black tree. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living.
彼は私が
If
これ
there
ま
is
で出会った
anyone
中で
more
最も
venal,
汚職にま
more
みれている人物。
irredeemably
すごいね。
nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
群を抜いている。めちゃくちゃ褒められてるじゃん。
Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And when it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. Of course. I'm glad you are.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter election, downright the point of the
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the union refuses to? If the workers were organized by Wild Pines, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least. Mr. Clare told him to fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. Of course.
You don't have to tell her you met Everard right away.
イブラートに会ったことをすぐにこの女に言う必要はない。タイミングというものがある。もう言っちゃったけど。
It's clear you like the hard stuff.
ついあれが好きみたいだな。ブラダ
ー。Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory
代謝および
system.
循環系。
Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your
自分の直感を信じることだ。お前の直感でレバショールの抱える問題の元凶は誰だ？元凶？外国人？資本家？最後の学者？リベラルども？あんたは俺の循環系だったと思ってたんだが。
Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing.
俺たちは最も弱く、悪く、狂ったことについて話してるんだ。脆弱な者たちについてだ。何の話だこれ。
Yes,
難しい。
them.
こいつらだ。
But all
他にもいる。
Women, men of Wu. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Wu men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest
そ
is
れがフ
also
ァシズム。
important.
なるほど。
But the main thing is that Wu men need to know their place.
どうしたらいいんですか？
You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, bro. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the Wu men too often.
女たちという言葉はあまり口にしない方がいい。だからお前が頭で俺が腹なんだ。つまり産業と政治と国家性にまつわることであって女たちのことじゃない。俺は女たちに対して思うところはない。
Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
ウィンクの形をしたうなりが尻から発せられる。どうなっているのか分かりません。あと何をしたらいいんだ？あ、イブラートに鍵を開けたと報告しなきゃいけないの。いや、イブラートって誰だ？いや、太った人だ。直で行って報告したらいいの？遠いな。今何か思いついていた気がするが、気のせいか。
Droplets of rain fall on the white on blue police livery of the do something important? Something murder related? Even at a standstill, the unibody caprice can someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? Yes. An extraordinary machine.
優しいキムが、声色が。
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it.
Anything else? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged.
得意げな笑みを押し殺そうとしている。失敗しているが。いやー、なかなかのマシンだ。
It's nice and all, but
anything else?
急に気になっちゃったんだね。 通れないよ。よいしょ。そういえばなんかビデオ屋も行けるとか言っていたような。てかいつでも来てねーんって言ってた。メインストリートってどこに当たるんですかね。こっちじゃないっけ。どこ。どこ。え？あー、場所がわからない。あ、来れた。どうやって入るんだ。おーい。
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you've already sat on that chair.
話してもらう前に一旦ちょっとお茶を汲んでこようかな。少々お待ちを。
よいしょ。ただいま。よいしょ。ね。あんたに頼まれた例のドアを開けておいたぞ。これで殺人事件の話をしてもらえるな。
I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
一つ聞きたい。なんとなく出来心で部屋の中に入って様子を確かめたりなんてしたかね？してないよね。
You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did. So we're all good here. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good.
部屋の中には本当に入ったんだが、あそこには誰が住んでいるんだ？それこだけ知りたい。今回のリンチとストライキの間には何らかの関連性があると聞いた。あんたが知っていることを教えてほしい。なんかアップできるらしいが、なんだっけ、共感以外に何かいるのかな。まあいっか。
By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire.
仲間同士で団結しただけの彼らを殺し屋を雇ってマシンガンで無差別に殺そうとしたんだ。
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry.
Those Senorita Pineapple people are scary motherfuckers. Decimating your
そ
state
れはおっかないけ
people
ど
give
ど
them
もだ
your
ぜ。
pineapple.
パイナップルを差し出さない国を壊滅に追い込むような連中だ。
Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it.
丸ごといつも移動してるってこと？
But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers.
なんでキムはこんな無視されてんの？
We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill.
An entire neighborhood of
この辺り一帯が殺し屋の巣窟ってわけ。
There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys.
So these ideally...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal.
Ah, 庭師じゃない人の学費全部この人が出したらしい。まさか先導的な社会主義者になって帰ってくるとはな。彼女の情熱はこの私でさえも時々恐ろしく感じる。ほえー。
How do I know? Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by...
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes.
Ah, これ。あ、自分の力でアンロックとかいうのができるのか。なんだこれは。レバイショールは廃墟になってしまった。これは何？これでいいか。わからないんだけど、何も。
Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary union members. always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself.
もらえて
Gotta love his initiative.
どこにどれくらい使えるとか書いてあるんだろう。
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revachol in mind.
そんなのすごい大変なことになりそうだけど。
Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets.
Separate one from the herd.
群れから一匹間引け。ハーディの部下の中であんたが一番空いていないのはどいつだ？
Oh, that would definitely be Fat Angus. His feet smell from a city block away, and he's always having noisy stomach troubles. Horrible, revolting guy. You would die, Harry. You would die, and in the process start a bloody and completely unnecessary war. Angus, his ever-growling stomach, and his smelly feet are all part of the Union. You have as much right to arrest him as I have to arrest your partner here. Actually, less, because this is my hometown, my territory, and my backyard. You are a guest here, Harry. Please remember that. Oh, Harry. This is getting real grim, and there's no need for that. We are friends. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the bank.
Good boy. A real team player. Now, do you have any more questions? Why? Believe me, he's not a killer. He's a nobody. Just a basement variety armchair fascist who comes up with needlessly complex conspiracy theories.
Did one of his complex theories turn out to be true?
What if it did? What if he took a whack in the dark? Started telling people the strike is funded by a protection racket that drove local shops out of business? What if he planned to write a hack piece to the local newspaper regarding these crazy theories he had developed? Just to stir up trouble. Wouldn't that be annoying?
いやー、なんだ？そういうことだったのか。
Journalism, Harry. I love it. You love it. And you know why? Because we've got nothing to hide. Now please, let's get back to the good stuff. The police stuff, Harry. I just see myself as one of you guys. Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left.
He's been hurt too much in the past.
こいつは過去にたくさん傷ついてきたのだろうな。それも高い民主主義者ではない者たちによって。俺は左派の人間じゃない。レバショールの愛国者だ。俺を信用しないのは正解だ。俺は俺のことしか眼中にない。俺は金の亡者で平気で人を苦しめる男だ。金を生み出すことにしか興味がない。それは一体どういう意味だ？俺の方がお前よりよっぽど左側の人間だ。どうせまたたちの悪いことを企んでるんだろう。俺は左派でも右派でもない。いつだって自分の心の声に従って動いてるだけだ。なんか何？傷ついているらしいから温かい言葉をかけた方がいいんじゃないですか。ないわ、温かい言葉。
Just between us, I don't care for those lefty dinks either. It's all about power, and here's how we're gonna get it. I need you to be my kingsman, Harry.
Kingsman? Yes. Please.
女王のしもべか。
Let's be there.
その方針で行こう。
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
お、あ、フォロー。サンキュー。フォロー感謝です。イェイイェイ。あ、キムに聞くか。
It depends.
何もわかんな
I
い
don't
わ。
think what we just
難
got
しい
from
こと。
Mr. Clare was very useful.
何をさせられるのかによるな。今、クリア氏からもらった情報もさほど有用なものだったとは言えないし。
But, he thinks, it's your call.
でも君次第、Y 次第。
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you
マ
figure
ル
out
ティネ
who's
ーズ中
behind
で
this
使え
killing.
る鍵をあげよう。殺人の黒幕を特定する手伝いもできるかもしれない。
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates.
Roller skating. Not drugs,
お
Harry.
前向きな案件じゃ
You
ないか。
love this.
そうだな。
There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots.
They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
いいだろう。
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the waterlock, but they should
運
fix it
河を
by
渡っ
Wednesday
た
morning.
先にある。水門の調子がちょっと悪いようだが、水曜日の朝には治ると聞いている。じゃあ
Once you
今日は
have
で
the
きないこと
signatures,
か。
mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a real kingsman and a patriot. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you. Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree
もう話すこと
myself,
ないかも。
thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, by all means, Harry, what's on your mind? See you soon, Debardeur. Just kidding.
See you soon.
But not too much.
出られない。出られない。カラオケを歌ったりいろいろしろ。あ、出れた。出れた。道がわからんのよ。どっから来ましたっけ？こっちか。で、
before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened.
あ、登るのか。むずい。道が。
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall.
レンタルビデオどこにあるんだろう。
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
17% も共感できるよ。
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing.
彼の目、どこか覚えのある絶望、そして茶色と金色の斑点。
It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest. Down the road continues for miles,
道は何キロも
flowing
続いて
together
いる。
with other
それは
roads,
他の道
turning
ととも
into
に流れ、
causeways or
土
bridges,
手道
ending
や
suddenly
橋
in
に
dead
続
ends,
き、唐
or
突に行き
ramping
止まり
up
で
or
終わる
down
か、あるいは
highways.
高速
It
道路を上
forms
が
a
ったり
crisscross
下がったり
pattern
している。
across the land.
道は地面に十字の模様をつけている。
Above the Jamrock Quarter, in the form of a raised motorway, and then the never-ending sprawl of Forburg, high above buildings, new and old, the air filled with the rumble of motor engines. To the old south, to the farthest outskirts of Revershaw, through the checkered fields of farmland, upstream to the river Esperance. Part you cannot see. It's out of the city. Up ahead, the mist blocks all sight. Again,
Excuse me?
a flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
あんたが何かを絶望しているのはわかる。俺も目が覚めた時から似たような気持ちなんだ。
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know?
The art is so nice. 芸術はとても素晴らしい。
I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
家族が恋しいんだ。デオラの話聞こうかな。
Diora of the Seven Seas. It's on the other end of Le Caillou, pretty much, on another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. Can almost hear my kid laugh when it snows. What's it like?
誰かが恋しくなるってどんな感じ？
An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, Cop Man? You missing someone?
恋しく思う人いるのかな？知らないんだよね。
No, it's scarier.
いや違う、もっと恐ろしいものだ。お前は狩人に追われている。アプリコットと悲しみ、そして過去の匂いがする。銃が恋しい、なくしたんだ。確かに。俺は立派な大人だ。誰も恋しく思ったりしない。誰が恋しいと思ってるんだが、それが誰だかわからないんだ。 いや、追われてる気分だ。
Hunted? By what? An ex-wife?
なんか疲れてんな。
The pain burns in your chest, radiating. The crown of artery is on fire.
別れた妻、いや違う、どの世界に逃げても追ってくる邪悪な存在だ。目が覚めた時もこっちの世界まで追ってきた。どこに逃げても追ってくる狩人なのかもしれない。
Still, a shadowy figure. That sounds pretty bad. I hope that doesn't happen to my marriage.
そもそも結婚ってなんだ？確かに。なんだと言われると、もう、難しい話の気がしてくるな。そもそもなんだ？
Man, who even knows? It's like a
そ
legal
んなの
contract,
誰にもわ
but
からな
also
い
a
さ
bond。between
確かに
spirits.
ね。
Everyone is different. That's all I can say. Yeah. In marriage, you never know if you're doing the right thing. I hope we're doing our best to keep ours together, but anything can happen. Look, man. Thanks for this. It's nice to talk to someone.
話し相手がいるっ
I
て
know
の
it
はい
wasn't
いも
easy
ん
to
だ。
ask, so I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
聞きにくいことだったってのも分かってる。あんたが抱えてる問題も解決できればいいな。いい人だね。
Nope. Don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the...
Hey, isn't he, like, smoking right now? The smell is in the air.
Okay. But this is my last one.
Are you sure you don't already have lung cancer?
なんだっけここ。アイスあるとこ？
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box.
.あれ、検視作業しませんでしたっけ？まだやることあるんだっけ？見に行くか。
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags, with a well-oiled crack. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
1週間以上ゴミの回収に来ていないようだ。あ、なるほど。
You see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence in the trash.
なるほど。ゴミ箱から証拠品を集めるって警察っぽいか
A
もね。
box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
もらった鍵、これの鍵だったのかな？
Are these the victim's clothes? The smell is not nearly as bad as the cadaver. These clothes could not have been in contact with the deceased for more than 2 days after his death.
Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Yes, I think the clothes were taken off to get to that armor he wore, then discarded. They must have stripped him of it fast too, the scavengers, in a matter of days. Guitar marked blue jeans, pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it.
ベルト
Do
が
you see anything
ない
else
ら
in
しい。
there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that,
捨てられたタオルのゴミとマグカップ、それだけだ。
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
彼とは争わないように忠告しておくよ。ああ、誰が廃物入れに捨てたのかガキどもに聞かなきゃな。つまり、ワーリングの従業員の誰かが関与してるかもしれない。
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose clue.
おわよサブスク感謝です。
The fuck's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
the lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
マグカップも
You
見
pick
とく
out
か。
a broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
なんかさっきのなんだ地下の部屋で見たのと似たような感じかしら
Reminds
ね。
me of the mug collection we saw in our weasel's apartment. Maybe he or she has been dumping their garbage here.
例のネズミの部屋で見たマグカップのコレクションを思い出すね。あ、キムもそう思うね。
Or it may just be a coincidence. Either way, something to keep in.
It's
生ゴ
just
ミもある
organic
よ。
waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this?
これはなんだ
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
これワイのですが
It is. Look, the plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there.
このプラスティックボードには RCM の網目状パターンが印刷されている。それに検視用の用紙まである。
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
どうしてこれがゴミ箱の中になんでだろうね。俺のスタイルの邪魔になっていたからに違いない。これには不吉な性質がある。多分手放す必要があったんだ。来るべき大流血を避けるために。もう警官でいたくなかったから捨てたんだと思う。ワーリングの従業員の誰かが捨てたのかな。俺は知らんよ。わかんないな。
Boring. Try dangerous. You should
危険
do
を
a
感じ
thorough
るべきだ。
inventory of that.
RCM の敵犯罪組織はもっとたちの悪い連中の手に書類の一部が渡っていないかどうか、
Official
記
notes
録簿を徹
sometimes
底的
contain
に
informants' names,
確
even
認した方
undercover
がいい。
operatives.
何もかも盗まれてますか？
It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
今からこの事件の記録を取り始めても損はないだろう。さて、 君の鋭い観察眼で何を見つけた？それともここはもう終わりか？
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing. Let's not turn this into some...
Damn it. This is turning into some sort of mega puzzle.
I'm gone.
俺は去った。お前は去ったと言ったが、どこに？
Into the wild pale yonder. In the past. Way out in the west.
西の果て。
I'm a joke. Look at me.
今のお前はそうだが、生前のお前はどんな人間だった？
A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
人殺しのクソ野郎。
Takes one to know one.
なら、お前の同類ってわけか。わい。
Go ahead, Cobbo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. You
もっと質
fucking
問しろよ。
love
質問に
questions.
そう目がねえやつだぜ。ああ、俺はどうしてこんなに質問が好きなんだ？
Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Coming right up, copperoonie, Rooney.
コッポルーニルー
This
ニー
is
が
getting upbeat now.
俺の名前ですか？
Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No. You're
ハリー
not
じ
a
ゃない。
Harry
ルーニーじゃ
either.
ない。じゃあ誰？
You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker. Because you have
恐ろしいことを忘れている現に
love did me in, brother Cobbo.
愛が俺を殺したんだ、ブラザーコッポ。最初から全部愛だったのさ。
Huh? You're misquoting me, Rooney. I said communism killed me. Love did me in.
コップルーニー。この人なんか重要キャラかもしかして。お前の方から俺に質問はできますか？
Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this?
なんでこんなことしてんの？そもそも
Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? I am all you have. Then you truly lost it all, brother. Let the world drag it
俺
all
がお
away
前の
from
全て
you.
なのか。なら本当に何もかも失ったんだな、兄弟。
Pissed away.
世界がお前から全て奪うに任せ、
And here
そ
we
して
are.
残ったものは使い果たし、その結果、俺たちはこのざまだ。
Sure, Loba. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes.
Ha! The clown lips on the corpse appear to smile. Something is on its way. Something hidden.
一つの奇跡が北門からやってくる。もうすぐそこまで来ている。春の冷たい空気が両手をなでると、お前は空気の中にその接近を感じる。
Sure, Lobo. Looking at my face, you're a lying sack of shit, Corpo. You're doing this because there is nothing else to do. Everything else is over. It's just me now. Do I remind you of someone?
誰か思い出さないか？深海の生物、ハーレクイン症を患った赤ん坊。誰も思い出さない。わからん。
Sure I do. You just don't want to. Do I remind you of someone? You sure got out of that one? Coppellini. Do I remind? No, not quite. Be fair now. Sure I do. You just don't want. Come back later, Corpo.
いつでも戻ってきて俺の顔を覗き込んでいいんだぜ。俺のハーレクイン症の顔を見て楽しんでいて、いろんな質問をして自分の記憶を呼び起こすんだ。連想を膨らませてお前さんの運命を思い出せるんだよ。
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them. Fine. A scalpel is not always required. Unfortunately, no. They are better than nothing. Tell you what, I perform the anatomical side of things. Yes, you see, the field autopsy form is the one on red copier paper.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists,
記録用紙ピンクな
describing
ん
the
だ。
condition of his skin
かわいいね。
and organs in 3 parts. Above those, an 11 field info form needs filling out first. It begins with
11個も何かを書かなきゃいけない。いきなり3つの概要パートから始めよう。いや、最初から1からやってこう。
That's you.
ハリー・デュボア。
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says
殺人事件番号。
KK57-0803.0815.
過去。
Next,
次は名前。
NA. Next,
誕
NA.
生日。年齢。
Roughly 50.
50歳ぐらい。
the corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook. Teeming with opportunistic microorganisms, letting out a foul-smelling diamine compound. Your eyes turn watery.
人種。
Mondial.
ムンディー人。
The pudgy mess of
言われ
curdled
た通
meat.
りそのまま書い
It's
て。
neither mondial nor anything other.
性別。
Fucky fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th.
とり
51.
あえず51年の3月4日。
What else? 9.
残りは
Body identified by is non-applicable.
身元確認者の欄は該当なし。
Case number is the same as
事
the
件
coroner's
番
case.
号は殺人事件番号と同じ。なんで同じことを2回も書かないといけないんだ。
KK57-0503-0815 listens, motionless.
吊るされた男さん
with the cargo
番号を
belt
わざわざ
still
言うてくれ
around his
て
neck.
ありがと
Only
ね
one box remains.
死後の鑑賞形跡。
None. At least not after the initial examination.
死後の鑑賞ってのは具体的にどういうものですか？
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem.
死体を遺棄したり損傷を与えたりすること。なるほど。確証はない。足跡は彼が運ばれたことを示唆していたはずだ。同感だ。干渉はなかった。確証はない。次はどうする？
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. this man was more than a match for untrained dockworkers.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. The building is tall, 7 stories, wind-wrapped in solitude.
そのビルは風の中で孤立する7階建ての高層集合住宅で、ほとんどの住人じゃないや、部屋だ。全然違うわ。部屋は無人だ。それは自殺だった。もう一つは事故、小さな事故。そしてジャムロックを遠く縦断した場所にあるオールシティの大レバショールのインダストリアルハーバー。
We should start the postmortem.
まだ始まってなかったの、検視。
It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's...
See, it's happening?
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces. Removal of the boots is left for processing.
ブーツはいつ手に入りますか?
Patience. After the autopsy,
しばらくのご
before the
辛抱を
body is taken
検視の
away,
後、
there will be a
死
window
体が
of
運び去ら
opportunity.
れる前、そ
After
の
the
時に
lieutenant has gone to sleep,
飛行機の窓が
I hope
開
this
きます
has
ぞ。
helped you, my liege.
眠りに落ちてから戻るのです。お役に立てましたでしょうか、陛下?
Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single
夜
continuous
って
tattoo
活動できんの?
resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene using a Trigat Mini. The deceased has a cargo lashing belt around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age, about 50. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing.
The spine is bent
つら
more
ぎ
than the
警部補
lieutenant
は
compensated
背
for.
骨の湾曲を計
This
算に
buster's
入
actual
れたが
height is
十分
about
ではない。
1.8.
このタフガイの身長は実際は185センチあ
You
る
could。not take
ただし
it straight on.
彼をまっすぐ立たせることはできない。185センチとか言っておきますね。
Of course, I undercompensated. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with the age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
彼は男性型脱毛症だった。髪は後ろに撫でつけられており単発。
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. Not that different from a living person after a swim.
ああ、優しく撫でとくか。
The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair start sticking to your hand,
抜け取る
like
わ。
thread off a rag doll's head. There's brilliantine in there.
ヘアオイルをつけているな。オイルをつけて髪を後ろに撫でつけていたようだ。追加しとくか。
Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation.
頭と頭皮と、違うな。顔と頭皮と、もう字が全然読めない。顔と頭皮と胸部に捕食痕がある野生動物によるものと認められる。
Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
ワイヤーの本数が多すぎる。ベルトを切断しなければ、削除痕を確かめられない。
You got just the right tool for that.
チェーンカッターあるよ。チェーンカッターあるある。
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below. Carefully, with as much precision as you can.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
After some deliberation, you sink
ベ
the
ルトの
cutters
結び
into
目
the
に
knot tying the
先を
belt
潜り
together.
込ませる。
You
そして
squeeze the rubber
体
handles
に汗を
together.
かくほどにゴム製の
Sweat forming
持ち
on
手
your
同士を
brow.
ぐっと近づける。やるぜ。
Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck.
As it ought to. This is where its grip on the curdled meat is gentlest, pulling up.
Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
そのまま書いとこう。
Chest is intact, normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No! It's gonna happen, see?
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
見とこう。
The dead man's penis is average sized, congested from the downward collection of blood. The testicles are uneven in length, hanging underneath. The genitalia is greenish. Marbling is present around the crotch. You should touch it.
触ってみるべきだぜ。触っとこう。
Doesn't feel like anything. Just cold flesh under your finger.
The what?
Unremarkable and unalive.
何も感じない。あなたの指に触れる冷たい肉の感触に生命感はなく、何の感想も浮かばない。
My pig's so fucking ill right now.
クーノの豚はクソ病気だぜ。彼の声は誇りに満ちてる。クーノの豚なんか気に入られてるわ。
Oh, your pig's pretty sick, I gotta say.
Back is symmetrical.
何でもね、
Upper and
確認
lower
が大事だ。
extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are all combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars,
小さ
too
な
numerous to
傷
count,
跡が無数にあ
covering
り、
about
多すぎて数えきれな
30%
い
of
が
his skin.
皮膚面積の 30% ほどを覆っている。
Mm-hmm. We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item. Hands.
The hand is surprisingly heavy to lift, filled with decay liquids. Feels as though it could explode if squeezed harder. You're suddenly repulsed, so much so you feel compelled to drop it.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling.
冷たい5本のソーセージのような死体の手があなたの手から滑り落ちる。抵抗した形跡はない。
I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stench is making it hard for me to think at the moment. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next?
まだ外部。一つ目の項目しか見れてないわ。内部検査。
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
You don't even have a
お
joke.
前はジョークも思いつかない。なんも思いつきません。
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down his lips, black and viscous. You hear cracks as the lieutenant moves his sharp fingers inside the flesh, like the creaking of an old house.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable.
異常なし。
Respiratory system.
He's really doing it. The dead man's
彼は
teeth
本気で
cut
取り組んでいるな。
into his gloved
キムは真面目なやつです。
Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the lips and mouth.
死体の口の中を見とくか自
No
分でも。
scream, no sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel like you're about to throw up again, straight in that mouth of his. No, you don't. You can keep it in. You
落
can
ち
keep
着けば平気だ。
anything in.
何も吐き出すな。
You manage to suppress the contractions trying to enter your stomach. All it takes is concentration. Through it, you see nothing but darkness. More
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
粘膜に出血が見られる。OK。
Hepatobiliary. NA. Ah. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I.
なら、不明だね。
That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there?
まあ、不明でいいか。
Cardiovascular. The body exhibits lividity in the lower extremities, feet, hands, and neck, visually consistent with the hanging.
書き込んだ。
Gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila.
一丁上がりを省略して書き込む。
What's next on the list?
次はね、外傷状況。
Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer?
君の見解は何も見てなかったな。見るか。致命傷じゃない。
Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
ぶっちぎりの最高速度で投げたと自白した。そのまま書いとこう。
coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man, beneath the description of injury. 2 boxes.
死後の損傷だ。
Right. Next,
なんだろうね、これ。索状痕
a dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
書いとこう。
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. What was that about no clawing
首
around
に
the
引っか
neck?
き傷がないの
You'd be
は
clawing for your
なぜ？首をつられた人間なら誰でもそうするはずだが、意識なかったからじゃないの？
Why do you say that? Did you? I'm not so sure. I thought we could establish the cause of death here, officer. Now I think we should leave it empty. No, officer. I'm afraid I disagree now. We should leave the question open, at least for the
な
time
るほど
being.
ね。後で
If
書いても
necessary,
いいってこ
I
と
can
ね
always。amend this later. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death, which is supposed to be the goal of an autopsy. But personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail.
全身にわたる
What is
外
there
傷
to
のリ
say?
ストも作り、す
Given
べ
the
て記載に
circumstances, it was
記載
a
した。
professional field autopsy.
違うな、詳細に記載した。他に言えることは、この状況を考えれば間違いなくプロの現場検視だったと思う。
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well
yeah.
done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
Now, you see, that worries me. You will die if you drink. You know
酒を
that,
飲んだ
don't
ら
you?
死ぬ。マジ。
You are proving a useful detective. The organization would miss you.
酒飲んだら死ぬらしい。Oh
I need a
yeah.
copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg.
検視用紙の控えをもらおう。それから、フォーブールに車を飛ばして、
For processing.
あとは処理班に任せる。
You tilt your head, also
お
looking
前
at the
も
corpse.
首をかしげながら死体を見る。おい死体、聞きたいことがある。もう一度死体を徹底的に調べ尽くす。一応調べるか。
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. Maybe you should be more. The genitals in his breeches continue to be unknown.
There is no need. We have been thorough with the... Do you think we missed something? Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it
冷
fast.
蔵。そんな冷蔵できるとこなんかありますか？
Hey, wasn't there a giant ice bear sarcophagus below that building?
あの建物の地下に巨大な白熊の棺桶があっただろう？なるほどね。
Why, yes, there was. It was massive. Red eyes glowing in the dark.
このためにあったのか。
Now, that's an overstatement. It's not actually for storing cadavers, or at least I hope so. I think we should take a look at it first. Make sure it's big. Let's move. With every hour, whatever we are looking for in the deceased.
本屋の上というか、ここっすよね。あれ、あったあったあった。
The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers hidden inside its belly.
It's certainly an eccentric choice, but it is capacious and cold
大
enough.
きさは十分、湿度の低さも申し分ない。
Shall we go and get
こ
the
の
body
ための
then?
冷蔵庫だったん
I'll
だ
take the head,
ね。
you take the feet. The stairs won't be easy, but we'll manage.
The two of you.
お前たちなら
Easily.
楽勝だ。一丁やるか。
The body is heavier than you expected and stinkier. It takes half an hour to get it down to the basement. Then 10 more
結構重いらしい。
into the fridge. The lieutenant takes a step back to admire your handiwork.
でも気分見とれてるよ、私のこの手作業に。
Beautiful. A dead body in a nice
素晴
bare
らし
fridge.
い。
This is
Beautiful.
some of the best police work I've ever done.
You've definitely earned a drink after this. Perhaps even some pagan rites.
No, not really. Look at that. What have we done? We stuffed a dead body in a nice bare fridge. This story does not leave this room.
俺たちの力でできる範囲内での最大限を尽くしたと思うが、別に誇らしいとは思わない。ただ冷蔵庫を見つけられたのは事実。仕事、警察の仕事なんかじゃないぞ、キム。俺たちはアーティストであり、これが俺たちのビジョンだ。ビジョンかもな。
If I were an artist, this would certainly not be my vision. I would be much, much more
方向性
conservative
があ
in
る
my
か。
work. At least we've stopped the body from decomposing further. Now you can conduct another inspection under controlled circumstances.
Inside the icy realm of the ice bear fridge, the corpse stands slumped, waiting.
これ以上検査をせずにキムに死体を移送させる。ちょっと、もうちょっとなんか、聞こうよ。
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
居心地は
I like it a lot, brother.
かなり気に入っ
This
たぜ。
really is your finest hour. You're a genius. A regular
You are genius.
Corporal Angelo.
気
Come
に入っ
back
てるようでよかった
later,
ね。
Corporal. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible,
メメントモリ。
also see me in your dreams.
I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Damn it, this is turning into some sort of mega puzzle. You touch the dead man's body. His skin is cold, light blue and
気力
silvery
減
in the
少
light
して
of
る
the
の。
fridge. You still have no idea where to begin or what to even.
It'll come to you sooner or later. At least he's
いず
safe
れ
here
適
until
切な
then.
タイミングが来るさ。少なくとも、それまでは遺体は無事だ。じゃあまあ、閉めて。あと何する？カラオケを歌わなきゃ。検査を済ませたら遺体を処理班に送れ。その前に遺体関連のタスクをすべて完了したかどうか再確認しておけ。遺体を送ってしまうと二度と取り戻すことはできない。なるほど。事件に正式な名前を付けなければならないインベントリ内の傷んだ記録簿をインタラクトしろ。
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles
カラーの
in
ものが
black
全
and
然ない
white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International development. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du Cristal a la Fume, This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turned to smoke under communism.
全然入ってこないわ。
But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today.
キム
Yours in struggle, the editors.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table. This section you also skip over and face it. You flip back to the front of the magazine. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident. The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée. Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's, oddly enough, this article has two bylines. Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
何が悪いんですかね?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brands, and that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of, at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really sure you think that this flimsy magazine is right. Deep down, you know the only true stakes. That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of art...
come on. Can this article read your mind?
まったく頼むよ、この記事、君の心が読めるのか？こいつはそう思っているみたいだが。
Well, there you have it. No reason to... If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a...
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents
地域の問題
unfolds
も
before you.
まとめられていますか？
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
労働者と資本家が互いに譲歩してまともな調和を実現させるのが人々のためじゃないか?
According to these editorials, that you flip back to the front of the magazine.
いや、読んだわ。でも読みたかったのこれじゃないかも。こっちか？どうやって読んだの？さっき。インベントリのインタラク
It's
ト
the
か。
ledger you
これ
found
ボ
in
タ
the
ンか。
trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of you. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you.
これが暗示するものはあなた自身だ。
It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the surface is interrupted by looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circle.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. Any capable light with the right wavelength. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn
ハロゲンの透かし模様を浮かび上がらせるように設計されたヘッドライトがついている。じゃあ車に持ってけば見れるということでございますか？
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting
Your kill count. Yours will surely have your
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol. Once in a while, there's a red work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate. Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Yes, all caps. One is called, others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location. You like this grimy. Wish there was one in there about a drug den. You love those. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together. But it
何
can
ら
be
か
done.
の命名法が採用されてるらしい。何でもキムに言うとこ気づいたことは。
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in again, in your defense, I seem to have named one, the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that. To amuse. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely
一旦
one
一
more.
件分の余白が終わりに近い15ページは被害を受けていない。格子状の方眼が構造化された記号を形成し、果たすべきいくつもの従属作業へと事件を細分化している。あ、ペンがある。もらったペンがあるわ。書いと
The
こう。
tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. Inspect the get the bot, interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you.
And you, and you.
And a fuck you to you too. That
記録も
last
回
one
復できま
cuts
し
a
た。
slash right through the
質問まとめて Fuck you。最後の一筆が紙全体をバッサリと切り裂く。
things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality.
No, actually. Any ideas?
吊るされた男だ。激しい怒りは鏡の中に安らう。ちょっと長いか。沈みゆく太陽、棒についたクソ。吊るされた男だ。
That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name
な
for
ん
the
か
case.
すごい気に入ってくれてる。
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
よし、こんなもんか。
You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
イェイイェイ。サブスクを送る。なるほど。Thank you。五分五分。黄色い紙も見るか。
In the back, you see thin, translucent. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. a monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. These are quite sinister in tone, all in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, color of the irises, predation marks. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched, it's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels something rattles inside, and something small inside, light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. There's pain in there, if you want some. That, with your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
匂いも嗅ごうかな。
The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base, you know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axle, or something. Remember when I said the smell of the upstairs bathroom was so rank they Why, yes it is. Among many other things. This cleaning tablet is used by the whirling in rags. Perhaps that's where the ledger was dropped in the toilet. By you. Is not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing. A hot flash of rage comes over you. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41. Then, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene. Followed by the why yes, your precinct, every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Your initials. お前のイニシャルと考えて問題ないだろう。
Harry Dubois, HDB.
Harry Dubois. へえ。
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Over the mural is in no true love is possible. People call it the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets, as a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it, turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? AKA Leslie and Bert. You were so drunk. Leslie will always take his pants off when the only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to buy. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or threatening, fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in? Locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more. No, that's Burke. He must have it confused with the. In the process, the ledger sustains. Kill them. They broke it. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. Can't get out of his apartment. An invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
あと3つも一応見とくか。
It would be very interesting to read about these,
あ、
wouldn't
これ
it?
興味深い
There
内容ら
seems
し
to
い
be
よ。
a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next?
あ、なんかわかんないらしいなもう。
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hills. Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. They were leaving it out in all the cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. And you did. So congratulations to you. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. Murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead. No, it's soot and water vapor. Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking up. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the park. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And you don't notice it. Yeah. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear?
Hookah.
I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway. That was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
Next. あと
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Just relax. The two sides
ボー
of
ド
the
の両面
board
が
are
わずかに
slightly
ずれている。
misaligned.
レールから外れてしまった。引き出しのようにゆっくりと膝を使ってプラスチックを曲げてやりさえすれば
Slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know, without resistance or sound. The two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rust. It smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavored.
アプリコットフレーバー
A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label
ア
says
プリコットとシナモンの香りで夏の終わりの香りなんだへえ
Familiar handwriting lines that in a young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
目を覚ました時に読めるよう手紙を書きたくなりました。これを読んだらあなたは喜んでくれるかしら。
Throw it away, please.
でも喜ぶんじゃないの？
Outside, you hear the wind howl. A sudden
Come outside.
Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around
あ
you
なた
gets
は
dark.
肺から空気が
Small white
頭か
dots
ら
appear.
血液が絞り取られるのを感じる。周囲のすべてが光を失う。あれ
You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on.
頑張れ。
To what? There's
Detective, is everything all
え
There is nothing.
え
Again.
またしても完全ななんで
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Just, well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Here in the Paleoma, because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented
ア
one.
プリコットガム。あれこれなんかさっき嗅いだ香りでございます。
What do you do? It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
あれが別れたなんとかなのか、つまりボイジャー通りは俺の名前はハリーでいいのか。
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. It's
There is no Voyager Road. There are no
ない。
roads,
通りも
no
家もない。
houses, no lights in
窓
the
に
windows.
灯る
It's
明かり
all
もない。
on.
なんもね
Your name is fuck all.
え。My name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
ハリーだけはないな。
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is...
Yes, they're pouring some.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
あえ
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
キムの車の中らしい。
Drink. Water.
のも
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know
君
the
はこ
human
の
body
2
is
日間
not
水
made
分
to
を取っていない。
survive on
なんだっ
alcohol
て
alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
私はこのゲームの文章が好きだ。あ、面白い文章だよね。謎が謎を呼んでいるが、気になる文章です。
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat.
What happened?
こっちが聞きたいよ。俺は過去の焼け落ちた廃墟と接触したんだ、警部補。俺は脱水症状を起こしていた。今後は気をつけるよ。こっちが聞きたい
You
よ。
were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
どれくらい
10 minutes, maybe.
あれ、10分ぐらいしか気失ってないの？そうなんだ。
That does sometimes happen.
たまにあることだな。
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
やろ
Good.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find
Aces low. For the rest of the world, the Aces low is just some cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades. And those cargo pants look like they could fit tools for hot fixing your burning aerostatic. You should ask him about this.
キム、キツラギに服の話をしてみてもいいかもねってことですか？
Yes?
ここ見るのにいるのなんだっけ？
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material Eternite.
こう、四角。四角？これ？
It's nothing. Someone just left it because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
でもあんま調べる時間ないかもしれない。9時にアパートかなんかの方行かなきゃいけないから。
What is this then? A tool?
まあ一応見るだけ見とこうか。どかなきゃ潰すぞ。若者向け。豚。マグネシウムサプリの殻。今に崩れそう。頑張って廃墟を支えております。
いろいろ落ちてるよ。どうやって来たかわからん。何これ、はがき。出るんだ。どうやってここから出るんだ。出れた。よし、ストレッチをしますか。
Amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
ストレッチをしよう。よいしょ。
ストレッチ。
はい、というわけでチャンネルポイントでストレッチを引き換えていただいたので、私がストレッチをする時間でございます。皆さんも体が固まっている方がいらっしゃいましたら、適当に首を回す、なんか肩を回すなどしてください。私はじゃあ肩をなんか肩甲骨あたりを広げる感じにしとこうかな。体ね、すぐバキバキになるからね。はい、ストレッチ感謝です。で、神経薬、愛しの神経薬。
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, but that there was an interesting find. An alternative path into the harbor that the kid uses. Well done.
よいしょ。この人一日中本読んでるのすごいね。雨の中。なんかあるね。なんかいる。なんかとは。9時ぐらいにこの辺に行くみたいなのがあった気がするんだけど、タスクに書いてるかな。 10号室を調べろ。アーマーパーツをすべて探せ。カラオケ。ワーリングインラグズには奇妙なドアがいくつかあり、秘密の通路、ホステル兼カフェテリアの忘れられた一角に入り、中に何が隠されているか。なんかやることいっぱいあんな。あれ ?9 時にどっかに行くみたいなのは特になかったっけ？これ私が思っているだけ？
Give me a moment. I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
不動産屋をぶっ殺さない限り、また惨めったらしい奴が越してくるだけだ。だらしない女に性的盗作者、そういう奴がまたやってくるんだよ。きっと大丈夫だよ。この建物は緩やかに変革していくべきだ。
We won't be killing anyone. And you shouldn't.
She's seen it and known those who have been killed.
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know?
荒れた部屋
Another nut job, I
のことは知らない。
She really doesn't like those nut jobs.
変人が相当嫌いみたいだな。
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone. The hell am I?
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
The artiste? She leaves an old lady to...
She mumbles some kind of a response.
.こんなもんがあるよ。さっき来た時あったっけ？よいしょ。
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? Ooh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared
確
with
かに
coal.
彼女は灰を塗りたくったような目をしているな。何？あんた本当に炭鉱作業員なのか？
Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
クールだ。他にも聞きたいことがある。
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you
なんで
do,
も聞きな
isn't
豚
it?
野郎。みんなに豚って言われてんだけど。
What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad Piggy. I'll give you this
情
one.
けない豚
I
野
saw
郎
a
だ
little
な。
girl in the fishing village running around with military-grade handwear.
漁村にいる小さな女の子が軍人がつけるような手法を持って走り回ってるのを見た。死ぬほど可愛い光景だったね。
If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time.
Have a good time.
No, no. That's all the snitching Cindy the Skull does for today. Actually, I have a weakness for animals. It's the animal thing again. Damn it.
Or a weakness for police officers, miss. Thank you either way.
じゃあね。なんかゴミがあるわ、もらっとく。こっから出てきたんだっけ？こっから出てきたんだっけ？
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. No one answers.
We should return in the evening, at 9 p.m. the earliest.
あ、ここが9時ね。あとちょっと4、50分ぐらいなんか時間潰さないとか。時間の経過の仕方がよくわかんないんだよ。これだ。マップ。食うのと話す？道のつながり方がわからないんだよね。こんな遠回りしないといけないんだっけ？風の中に。そういえばなんか車のライトでなんか照らすと見れるみたいな。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheat.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and then, like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go.
終わったらこっちでリモコンで消せよ。あとは車の前
We
に立
just
つだ
need
け
to
だ。
stand in front of the machine now.
ドアを閉めて。立つ。
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of mic. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all red. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle. In the distance, sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed in the middle of a broken plaza, illuminated.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here.
Right here.
Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt out quarter.
All of them worse than here.
どれもここよりひどい場所だ。
There are many of them, and they are divided into three. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? The next is the longest. It runs. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe the last row has. As you look at them, you feel your index finger reflexively contract 3 times. And something you'll do again before this is all.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record.
記憶を失う前の統計データが見れるということでございますか？
Son, here is where we score your life.
ここにお前の人生の
You better
成
hope.
績が記されているということだ。悪くないことを祈れよ。
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
18年もこの仕事をしてるんですか？
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
若い時は何してたんだ？知らねえ。メガスターのように飲みまくってた？バイタと嘘つきどもに週末が来ると言い回っていた？事務職？しょっちゅう方々に謝っていた？俺にわかると思うか？わかんないけど、ちょっと会話を盛り上げたいよね。
Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Revachol. But let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see. Wow, more than 200.
それって多い？
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
めっちゃ頑張ってたんだ。俺はスーパー刑事だったってことかな？
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row.
You know the answer already. The tingle in your index
俺が
finger
殺し
gave
た
it away.
人間の数3人だな。
That's right. How did you know?
うずいたんだ。
Ah, right. Sometimes the brain's able to preserve certain responses even when conscious memory has been. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
キム、
He's sincerely glad you're not
お
a
前が
scary
恐ろしい
predator.
殺人者ではない
Not
こ
to
と、
say
そして、
relieved you're competent.
腕のいい刑事であることが分かって心から喜んでいる。あんたは誰かを殺したことがあるだ。これ昨日言ってたよね、夜にね。
Yes.
ああ、話す気はない。
Everyone has their own method of coping. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Par exemple, why not gardening? You've already got the yellow glove.
なるほどね。この手袋を使ってガーデニングをやる
It's
と。
meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
彼は真剣に言っている。じゃあ、ありか。ガーデニングもな。
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certain
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. Honorably done. You have given up some of your own blood for theirs.
殺しちまって悪かった。大いなる黄昏は万人のもとに訪れる。だが、お前たちの黄昏は少し早かったな。借りはロックンロールのパワーで返す。名誉ある死者に捧げる。捧げ
very
とこう。
noble of you. Are we done here?
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page.
うん。
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you
あー、
squint.
なんだこの光は。
From a distant sunset, a stage light,
遠のく
flash
夕日か
photography,
舞台のスポットライト
nowhere in
か
particular.
何ですかこれ
It's
は。
just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye, badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera, lights.
アクション。
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It It's just a racist mug. What's there to read? Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken but it was in the trash?
全部開けてみよう
You
かな。
take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to 40-month construction period and the zoning plan in the addendum.
I'm no property lawyer, but it looks fine. I like the print size. They're not selling or leasing anything. It's not a perfect solution, but...
The youth center cuts into the ocean like the bow of some great modern ship. Apparently, it's going to cover most, if not all, of the street, and there doesn't seem to be anything of interest here. In your hands, you hold six. Indeed, the book is unusually heavy. You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. The back cover is dominated by she can't be much older than her mid-30s in this photograph. In cold, as ethnic tension, it would physically hurt you to keep. Fuck it. Do it. It can't be worse. You've made the right life choices today, sir. What's this?
マルティネーズから上がってくる報告書に普通で合理的で説がある政治見解しか書いていない。そりゃあんたの間違いだ。俺は本物の過激派だ。ミスター合理的ことこの俺が書いたんだ。誰かがここいらの分別を保ってやらないといけないからな。それって政治的な問題についてはどれにも当てはまらないって俺がいつも考えているからか？
The air suddenly feels calmer. It's time to become a citizen of
両
the
親の王国
kingdom
の
of
住人となれ。俺が
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the
どう
right
やってやるんだ？
incrementally.
徐々に。
Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed.
あ、9時だ。
Speaking of, history's greatest catastrophes. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that the kingdom is difficult to combat, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories. It's also post-industrial.
素晴らしい。
Slow down, Mr. Reasonable. Did you miss the part about compromising and taking? That's right. Remember, real democracy is just around
レ
the
バショール
corner
の
from
角を
our
曲
shore.
がったすぐのと
When
ころ
that
に
real
ある
democracy
本
kicks
物の
in,
民主主義が
a long
動
time
き出せば
from now,
私たちはも
we
っ
are
と
all going to
幸
be
せになれるだろ
so
う。いろんな思考があるよ。9時過ぎだからさっきいたとこに来てでも入ってバルコニーでよかったのかな。お、いるじゃん。おい。
Gendarmerie, you found me.
And His shirt is still unbuttoned.
It was mine. My friends use it from time to time to visit me.
何やらきらめいているな、瞳が。
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
そうですね。
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
お。
Trust me, you do.
会えばわかる。オッケー、行くぜ。
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit up, one by one. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard.
Besides, I've got to run.
Something tells you
こん
you're
なに
never
クー
going
ル
to
で謎
talk
めい
to
た
an
人物と言
individual
葉を
this
交わす機
cool
会は
or
二度とない。
mysterious
お
ever
前はそん
again.
な予感がしてくる。そんな、行きたきゃ行けばいい構うもんか、どうせみんな俺を置いていくんだ。だが、やっと再会できたところだぞ。ちょっとこれでいくか。
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
He's right. Only losers go to
早
bed
寝なんて
early.
負け犬のするこ
Time
と。
to break
ほ
out
ら、
the
さっさと
booze.
先を出しな。
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club. Music
今
blasting
度話を
over
聞
the
かせてくれ
entire
ると約
district.
束するなら
It's
構わな
chilly,
い。大事
and
なこ
as
と
the
なん
chemicals
だ。
hit his nerve, something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant.
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
今夜は無理ってだけ。オッケー。
Take care, alright?
サンデーフレンドに事情聴取をするか。はっきりとはわからないんだが、彼は他の人間とは全く違う何かを持っているな。
Different, of course.
もちろんそうだろうね。あいつはなぜいつもシャツのボタンを止めていないんだ？
His shirt. His shirt. His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from
あ
bursting
いつ
out
壺
in
に
laughter.
入ってんな。
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to. 食器、灰皿、アングラパーティーのビラ、地元の大学で行われる講座の日程、勉強も真面目にしておられる。ベッド、男性向けの高価な香水の匂いもしてます。パーティードラゴンのシルクローブ、なんか素敵だね。そういうものを着て暮らそうか。
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
サンデーフレンドだ。
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
ベッドのこと聞こう
Oh
か
yes.
な。
My friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe that's really all I can tell you about it.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
なんでこん
The
なとこに
coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international
国際
community
社会が
caused
引き
when
起
we
こしてし
arrived
まっ
here.
た物理的損害の賠償を試みていると思ってもらっていい。つまり国際社会とは
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price
価
of
格
bread
が
doesn't
安定
change.
しているのはパンだけですけどね。パンの価格は安定してるんだ。まあ、素晴らしいよね。
Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
インフレを 2% 以下に抑えるために働いている。
But not too far below. No. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability.
パンフレ
Transparency
ット
is
が
one
い
of
た
our
だけるんで
principles.
すか？もらっとこうかな。
Would you like a sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad.
ないんだけ
You can
ど。
always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the moral intern.
国際倫理機構のことも聞いとこ
It's
う
the
か。
International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
つまり、俺たちは国際倫理機構の犬ってことですかとキムに聞くか。下で働いているんだな。悪いことではなさそうだとキムの方に言っとくか。
There are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values? Martinez? No. Martinez is something else. Revachol is generally difficult. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
どれも当てはまらないようになってしまうんだが、それも倫理主義なのか？
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Not boring, my friend. Responsible. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed. An ideology for doers. Are you... Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything
政
else
治
you
の
wanted
話
to
は
ask?
そろそろおしまいにしよう。他にも何か聞きたいことあるかね？するらくれは何？
What's there to say?
Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that
近代
measures
的
very
で都
high
会
on
的
the
な
Human
国家。
Development and Freedom Index. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes. Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even, or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
OK。
Whatever you wish, officer.
さ、
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
リンチの現場を実際に見たんですね。
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
最初から話してもらうか。
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
何人くらい？
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
巨人はいない。
I went back inside.
Yes, back inside.
Were you able to see anything?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
恋子やキプトだったか。おかしな顔をしたシャシのやつはいなかったが、そんなん暗いから見えるわけないよね。
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. Those funny... Oh, officer, that kind of language is unbecoming of... I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
妙だね。
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening?
All I can say is that it was my watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
実際には見てない。
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking.
Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM.
友人についても聞いた。
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
ケドラと。
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue. That it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since. It's warm. It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's ménage decided to emigrate.
どうやって親しくなりましたか？
How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how millions of people end up where they are, meeting the people they meet. It's how... Sorry, who?
バルコニーでタバコを吸っていた青年、彼の話をしていたはずだが。
But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue
彼
his
は頭
education.
のいい若者で教育を受けるためにこ
Education
こ
is
に
the
いる。
foundation
教
of our
育は未来の
future,
礎、
especially
文明
the
の
past.
基礎たる美術ともな
It
れ
is a
ばなお
cornerstone
さら
of
だ
our。civilization.
で、彼について話せるのはここで美術の勉強をしていることだけですか？
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine art. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer. Officer, you have to understand.
あ、個人情報は出せないです。なるほどね。
I'm sure you have your own methods and databases. He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine art. He's a truly free spirit. I'm just enjoying the view.
景色、外は真っ暗だが。
Listen.
A baby is crying in the neighboring.
No, listen.
え
The Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm
彼
sure
は
you'll
自
see
由に
him
帰
around.
ってきては
He's
出
a
かけ
busy
てい
bee.
く。けれど、君たちもきっとまた会えると思うよ。ミツバチのような子だから。なんかすごいことを。ミツバチのような人ってどういう人？
I'm all ears, officer.
もういっか、こんなもんだ。
A moment, officer.
おい、なんだよ。
Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
え、もう二度と会えなくなるの？サンデーフレンドとは？なんで？
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
どうも。
Of course. I'm sorry I couldn't be the break you.
ドラゴンとなれ。薄っぺらなシルクでできた鮮やかな青色のバスローブ。バスローブか？寒いかな？でも着ちゃおう。え、こうやって上着？こうやって上着ですか？なんか、すごいね。すごいファッションだ、これ。もうネクタイとかよくわかんないな。あ、これ帽子？あー、おしゃれすぎか？え、原神とかのキャラみたいになっちゃったかな。まあ、いっか。どうやって帰るんだ？もうこんなもんかな。あとやることあるか？まだいるじゃん、食うの。
Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? Pig, that's the past. You and Kuno are now shit. Get the...
You can't do that.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel...
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer. It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything? Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
俺に対する何らかのメッセージか
Yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town. Or Kuno's... Oh, that?
What?
What is this shit?
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
What's going on is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language, trying to...
Fuck no! Kuno! They ease off, see? Kuno always takes the... Kuno
そんなもんで
Hear that? Magnesium.
マグネシウムだってよお前に足りないのはそれだ
The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high. Yes, and it's critical. You need to get so magged
相
up.
当量
You've
補
probably
給しな
had
きゃ
2
ダメだ
heart attacks
お
and
前は
one
心臓発作を
stroke
2
already.
回と
And the
軽度の
only
脳卒中
prescription
を
is
1回起こしたことがあるだろう
insane amounts
そ
of
の唯一の処方薬は膨大な量のマグネシウムだ
One stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now. Yes, if you want to live, you need to
生きたいのなら進化しなけ
You
れば
need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary. Just remember, it's not the alcohol, and it's certainly not the nor smoking for full.
マグネシウム生命体になれということテープどこにあるんですかこの上どうやって移動したんだっけ ないのかな。道順がわかんないよこの辺。よいしょ。止まってるとこ戻るか。よこ。なんか人いるじゃん。よいしょ。
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, yes.
It's a pseudo-sci.
That's,
She's used.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often... Oh, sweetie, it's...
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, where are the... Hence it's...
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the...
I knew it.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists
こ
at
の
all.
辺りに空想の虫がい
Well,
る。
some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenager.
Of course, most phasmids.
Enthusiasm has wiped the world.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection. Not at all. Why else? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweet. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not. Morel can explain it all much better.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about
あ
her
んた
work.
が研究してる
Go on and
未知動物について知りたいんだ。
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use...
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of
一つ
cryptid
だけ。
extravaganza.
OK。
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about all the
面白そうな
interesting
話は全部聞いていこうぜ。
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners.
つまりこのイヤーシミドリザルは人間と共通の祖先を持ち、進化の過程で枝分かれした同種というわけ。あなたの相棒みたいにね。キムは間違いなく俺たちと同じ種族だよ。別の生物かもしれないなんて馬鹿げてる。なるほど。だから何事も俺が主導権を握ってやらないといけないわけかい。
The lieutenant looks at you.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today. Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
約束を破るのは名誉に関わるか。
He nods approvingly.
じゃあ OK。
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
このバカでかい小切手を持ってきたよ。
You must be kidding, right? But this establishment only...
Freight, near the gates. They'll exchange it.
Good. You got the...
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service, CSB...
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I
ど
doubt
捨て
you'll
た
be
の
able
誰
to
かわ
track
かんな
down
くな
who
っ
was sent
て
here
る。
last and when.
わかんなくなってる
This
という
will
か
have to
元
be
から
one
分か
of
ってい
those
ない。
little threads that solves itself.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
CSM ってなんだっけ？
Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None... Yes?
これって人？あ、いや、これ下か。ここどうやって行くの？ここ。
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives... You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not... Not to mention, great
これは素
exercise.
晴らしい。Great exercise。
Stop that.
キムが怒ってる。
Bent metal. Broken glass. You are the destroyer. The
お前は
bane
破
of
壊者。
animate
無
matter.
生物に破壊をもたらすもの。
Kudos.
そういえば隠された部屋がどうたらとか言っていたな。
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah, I heard him. Now, let me state this very clearly, Capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys.
あ、
Hardy
ほんのり
boys.
上がってる。
How
権
may
威が。
we assist you? A witness? You ain't got...
That's just Captactis, Titus. Next, he's going...
Well, let's hear it then.
He's not alarmed by the
急な
sudden
目
appearance
撃
of
者
a
の
witness.
出現にうろたえる様子はないな。だが驚いてはいる。Shall we do rain? 発音できない。政府高官、 住所は3儀礼の通り33の B。政府の高官です。
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant was in our town. Nice try.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate. The last copper. What wacky claims did he make?
騒音がなかったらしいよ。
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a fucking brass band. The Hardy Boys are dead silent.
Yeah. It's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman?
2人のアレオパガイド系の言ってたんだろうな。
Boss, I think he's trying to save me and Theo.
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine were there too. I already told you.
Those flaccid MI cocks with their culture language. Everything's a surreal play or sublime whatever.
It means the whole scene was long and drawn out, like it was from a film.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action-packed. It wasn't the first thing on our minds, you see?
Shanky, it's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now, I know you are lying, Shanky.
シャンキーって嘘ついてるんだね。こんなもんだ。
Some witness. I pulled the same shit. Came up with some shit. Then went and said it to people. Get a reaction. Don't.
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school and I'm doing great.
You're doing a hell of a job, man. Hell of a job.
Okay, maybe it doesn't feel like this did anything to them, but they have to be fretting a little.
初対面で舐められてんだね。
Witness is a scary word.
これで奴らの懸念材料が増えた。誰だって目撃者は怖いもんさ。目撃者って言葉がすでに怖いからよ。
Again. Just
Good one, Titus.
about
はい、ちょっと
fucking
この辺にしとくか、今日は。今日はこんなもんだ。こいつらとの会話は。隠された部屋とかわかんないな。また明日の朝に。あ、今日はあれしないの。まとめ。それじゃあ。キムと解散したから靴脱がせに行こうかな。
Was that? Could it be?
コルドマダクアでは、いや、おそらくあなた
It's
様の
probably just your
空耳でしょう。
imagination. There seems to be an extremely high. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole. There it is again. It must be very close. Keep still. It must. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. Keep your ears peeled, then. If...
よいしょ。
The bear's eyes are still glowing red. It's guarding up. The body is reluctant to let go of the boots.
脱がされたくない
As
よ。
though it was its last. You're going to need to summon all your strength. Whatever you're planning to do, you need to do it
この
before
冷
you
蔵
catch
庫の
pneumonia
奥
in
か
the
ら
cold draft
漂い出ている
coming
冷
from
気で
deep inside
肺炎に
the
なる前に
fridge.
済ませなくてはならない。
It's not completely useless. You're able to reveal a little more. It feels like the leg is going to come off along with the boot. Just relax. This is easy. This is happening. This is the right method. It takes some time, but eventually the boots come off. With nasty slices of polymer sock stuck to even bigger pieces. Not good. Let's pin this on the bear. The ice bear tore up his legs with its claws. As for the boots, you can't possibly do anything. Yes, these absolutely need to. Didn't the whirling have a kitchen?
ワーリングに厨房があったよな。
Shoot, Looney Rooney. I like it a lot, brother. This really is your finest hour. You're a genius. A regular cop because you have. Come back later, Corpo.
A thick layer of coal dust covers. The hollow ring echoes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
暗いなって思ってたけど、そういえば懐中電灯とかいうもの持ってたから持てばよかったかもしれないな。まあいいか、出よう。厨房ね、厨房。
This industrial gas-powered stove has been getting the quartz residue out of these
ダイカスの
boots
つい
is
た
going
お前
to
のブーツ
require
を洗浄するに
patience
は
and
かなり
also
の
a
根気がいる
huge
ぜ。
pot
そ
full
れ
of
から
boiling
大鍋
water,
で沸かした
soap,
熱湯
and
洗剤
white
酢も
vinegar.
必要だな。
A commercial pot draws your attention. It's very large, gigantic even. It could be used to make enough stew to feed an entire city, and also to boil a putrid pair of death boots.
大鍋はあるぜ。
There is a variety of soaps and bleaches in the cabinet to the left of the stove. There is also a bottle of white vinegar in the cabinet next to the fridge. The delicious smells of cheap soap and vinegar waft up from the pot. All right now, chef, light up the stove and boil them. The strong smell of vinegar forces you to step away from the pot. The water, strips of polymer fabric and human tissue separate from the lining of the boots. They float. The boots look cleaner and cleaner. Those bits of human flesh are beginning to look cooked, just like beef stew.
ビーフシチューみたいな、結構いい匂いだね。
That's it, chef. The boots are as clean as they're going to get. Steam, dense with the smell of strange meat, disappears into the vent above the stove.
出来上がりです、シェフ。
A pair of real beauties. The boots are shiny, hot, and reek of vinegar. Just perfect.
料理長は去るぜ。
You see a heavy steel. You see a heavy steel. The door does not.
じゃあまあそんなもんで。そんなもんですかね、本日は。
The fan stands still. The lights are on. The switch must be broken. The bed is still cold from the broken window. The window stands broken in its. You see some lights shimmering outside.
窓は見ることしかできないんですかね。 お前には聞こえた神秘のコルドママダクアが。とにかく聞こえた気がする。お前は特別な人間だ。透明で肉体を持たない鳥の声。この命のあるささやき、音の粒子。それを聞ける唯一の人間なのだから。耳を澄ませ。どんな音も聞き逃すな。物体がいかにくだらないか思い知らせてやるのだ。ピープルシチュー。あ、なるほどね。ビーフシチューとピープルシチューがマグネシウム生命体になるか。悲しい曲の入ったテープ早く欲しいな。マップ。騎馬姿のモニュメント。まあいいか。寝ますか。
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window.
今日もねが
The mattress
窓が割れ
creaks
て
as you
るから
close your eyes and try your
寒い。
hardest to fall asleep.
かわいそうに。
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
And there's a lot of it. Ever
痛
present
み
in
があ
your
ちこちに。
It's like every one of them has their own nasty song to sing.
あ、これは当然の報いだ。俺はこの苦痛を、威厳を持って耐えよう。待ってくれ。これはクソクラエシへの特急列車じゃないのか？俺は芸術家で、肝障害は俺の作品だ。思うに、俺には治療が必要だ。それは、そうだ。
They'll check you out, give you some pills, make it all okay.
Don't be stupid, Harry. It's not happening. They don't make
新しい腎臓や肝臓は作れない。そうなのか？
hospital. All you've got to do is pray to God it passes and stare at the flickering darkness.
You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that?
了解だ。俺はいつも人間観察してるんだ。人間が好きだから。
Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
みんな優
At
しいよ
least。they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all
寝た
these
ふりをしている
lights
だけなのに
blinking
自
in
分
and
自身
out of
が世
existence.
界がお前抜き
Thoughts?
で動いてい
You're
ると
just
いうのにだ。
pretending that you're asleep.
Let it. Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe that shining sweat off as best you can. Gather your bearings. Ri-
お、体力が回復している。こんな浅い眠りでも体力が回復しますよ。よいしょ。セーブ、クイックセーブして。ちょっと。お昼ご飯食べようかな。お昼ご飯食べて、なんか、後でやる気あったらもう一回やろうかな。ということで、一旦この辺で終わろうかな。やる気あったらまた会いましょう。では、一旦さらば、またやろう。サブスク、コメント、ストレッチ、水、などなど感謝。ではねー。またねー。